Well, I invoke the WPA's position that we are engaging in civil disobedience and non-cooperation with the government, and on that grounds I refuse to participate in the interview. The question in struggle, is not personal. Whatever sacrifice as a political activist or a political leader you have to make for your people, you have to make it.
Comes out your son. You burn the swine when I want you shine. The tree of life, them I want you climb, cause them heart no kind. Comes, I say them heart no kind. Buxton Massive, Kidaki, Red Hat.
Never joke, never joke, never joke. Oh, money, never money, never money, money, never money, money, I know what you can even money, money, never money, never money, money, never money, money, you can keep your conniving money. When you've been knocked for a bum, and I've been tell me money. Now because your money done, you come with conniving money. When you had your pocket full, and I've been tell me money. Now because your money done, you hustle for tell me money. Yes, money, never money, never money, money, never money, money. Now know what you conniving money. Neighbor joker, neighbor joker, neighbor joker. That's all the money that me walk for. A 2 pound note and a guilder piece. A 2 pound note and a guilder piece. A 2 pound note and a guilder piece. That's all the money that me walk for. I said money, neighbor, money, neighbor, money, money, neighbor, money, money. Now I know what you can have in money.
And let him be the first runner for the
Well, I invoke the WPA's position that we are engaging in civil disobedience and non-cooperation with the government. And on that grounds, I refuse to participate in the interview. The question in struggle, is not personal. Make it. Whatever sacrifice as a political activist or a political leader you have to make for your people, you have to make it.
You will find that what you will
have. Tune in to Guyanese Morning Time, hosted by Kadaki Amsterdam, where the sun always shines. Guyanese Morning Time, the people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, Guyanese Morning Time. The people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again. We rise up early morning watching Comes TV, where wisdom and knowledge, yes, it is the key. Exposing corruptions over land and sea, where the wicked politicians they try to trick me. Guyana is a land for everybody. With 6 races should live in harmony. Is one set of people getting aisle money. Is one set of people doing the thievery. Guyanese Morning Time. The people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, Guyanese Morning Time. The people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again. This is a program that you all can see. Sharing your views and your integrity. Like it, comment and share it all around. Pass it to your neighbor, safe and sound. A sad situation going on in this town. The voice of the people is getting trampled down. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, which has ordained me to sing. I sing Guyanese Morning Time. The people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, Guyanese Morning Time. The people calling Guyanese Morning Time. Rhythm, Guyanese Morning Time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, fooling the people. Politics. You're promoting evil. Stop lying to the people. You are a part of the cycle. Stop fooling people. You're promoting evil. Stop lying to the people. You are a part of the cycle. I say, Guyanese morning time. The people calling Guyanese morning time. Rhythm, Guyanese morning time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, Guyanese morning time. The people calling Guyanese morning time. Rhythm, Guyanese morning time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again. They got Rickford, Bork and Mark Benchcop. David Hines and Kadaki Amsterdam. Sherrod Duncan, Nigel London. Normal Brown and Gavin Matthews. Big up Paslow, Port People Governor. Simona Brooms, Robin Simpson. Hampton Green and Winston Jordan. And yes, we can go right on and on. Guyanese morning time. The people calling Guyanese morning time. Rhythm, Guyanese morning time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again, Guyanese morning time. The people calling Guyanese morning time. Rhythm, Guyanese morning time. Intelligence and knowledge run the front line. We go again.
The relatives and friends of young Wyndham Bacchus, they deserve justice. The family, the relatives and friends of our in Boston, they deserve justice. The family, the relatives and friends of Peter Headley, they deserve justice.
And so when we say that Guyana is an apartheid state, we have the evidence to show.
You know, some of us, many of us wake up. Stam the Buxtonian. Welcome, how have you been? How was your yesterday? How was your last night? How did you wake up this morning? I know you woke up alive. Yes, you woke up alive. But is that fighting spirit in your life? Is the fighting spirit alive? Or you just woke up alive? Right? You know, some of us, many of us wake up and we arise to face a new day, but we don't arise to face a new day with a new attitude. An attitude that said that, you know, the things that discouraged me yesterday will not discourage me today. The challenges I faced yesterday may very well be there, but I will approach them from a different angle. How many of you have determined that? Right? You see, determination is the key. I like to tell you brick by brick by brick. You have to be determined. You have to be consistent. You can't do today and then come back and don't do tomorrow and wait another year or 2 years and then do again. Because you will find that what you will have to be doing is constantly redoing what you had done before. Because you would have lost ground. And so I'm saying that to say to you that you have to remain vigilant. You have to remain true to the cause. What is the cause right now? Seeing the back of the PPP and seeing good governance in Guyana. Where do you believe good governance resides? That's a good question. Does it reside in the opposition? The current PNCA, PNU opposition, AFC? Or do you think that there is space, a lot of space for a new kid on the block to take over that role as opposition and really lead to see the back of the PPP? Those are some questions I want to ask you. Like I said yesterday, when you get older, you readjust things, you turn things around. Even the housewives, as the year goes by and as the months go by in the year and it comes closer to year end, they start to rearrange their homes. Every 3 months, people rearrange their home. Every 1 month, people rearrange their home. And so as we're getting older, as a broadcast media, Camps TV, we're going to keep mixing it up for you. Good? I presume at this time, 49 years ago, 50 years ago, my mother was having turning pains. I think she might have passed turning pains by now. Maybe she was in labor. Because I want to believe I give her a lot of problems. Well, not necessarily problems, but challenges to come out. Right? So you want to play big woman? I'm going to teach you a lesson here today. Feel baby pain. Right? I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is a blessed day for me. Like every day. I feel blessed every day. Just awaking and smelling the air. Robbing somebody of some oxygen. I feel blessed to be alive. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to tomorrow when I can say, yay, I finally made it to that landmark 50. Celebrate with me, drink a beer, call my name. If I drink a stout, call my name. Get some strokers, call my name. You know who you can get strokers from? Abigail John. The little girl that is always in big people business. Right? But we're not talking about her this morning. We're talking about me. I'm the celebrant. Remember to send out those children tomorrow. I really am looking forward to seeing them. I worked past my usual hour last night setting up the trampoline and so on so that they can come and bounce and have some fun. Remember, it's an ice cream banquet, movie with them, and outdoor fun. Right, so 1 o'clock we intend to start. And see if you can get them here by 12:30. So we can start to organize ourselves and so on. It's going to be fun. I hope a lot of them will have new experiences. New childlike experiences. Good? And some of you adults who didn't have play days, you can come and have some fun today. Trampoline is sturdy enough. I would like to see some of you bunks. Oh, Lord. Yes, anyways, we are with the program this morning. We are with the program. I got a lot of call while the broadcast was happening, the rebroadcast, and it gave me the impression that there are lots of people who would like to comment on yesterday's topic. So I'm going to give you another 10 minutes or so. Let's say 15. You can start making your calls to comment on yesterday's topic. And so by 8 o'clock, we are going to go into today's discussion proper. Right? Remember that Nigel Dharamlal is still accused of rape. Right? There's still an allegation out there that Nigel Dharamlal raped a now 16-year-old Amerindian girl who he was grooming, allegedly, while she was yet 15. They have said that the girl expressed a desire not to proceed with the charges or proceed with the matter. But when you look at the facts surrounding the matter, you and I know that the state doesn't necessarily need the young lady to proceed with charges against Nigel Dharamlal. If not for rape, for grooming, attempts to pervert the course of justice or perversion of the course of justice, because we understand that has not been denied up until now, that $10 million were paid to the family. An important aspect of this whole fiasco that I think a lot of persons might not have paid attention to is the fact that the young lady not so long ago, through the interviews conducted by Child Inc. and all the other child advocacy agencies, I said all the other because I understand that there were more than one. When the DPP or the police couldn't get their way with one of the agencies, they switched to another. And that alone is corruption, right? That alone has corrupted the whole quest for justice on behalf of this young lady. But coming out of one of those interviews, the young lady said that Nigel Dharamlal, she alleges that Nigel Dharamlal gave her Irfan Ali's number to text him and tell him that the allegations are untrue, so that, my words, he can give Nigel Dharamlal an easy time. I am saying many persons have not paid attention to that statement. Because assuming that that statement is true, one has to conclude that Irfan Ali is once again a part of the problem of allowing the lawlessness to continue. Let me just call it that. Because this is a chap, when the news broke, said that I didn't know of this story, I only heard of it on social media. But there is a young lady saying that she has had, I can't call it direct contact, but she has had contact, telephone contact, via messaging with Irfan Ali, or someone representing Irfan Ali, because it's a phone number that Dharamlal gave her and said it was the president's number, and she should message him and tell him everything is okay, these allegations are untrue. Is Irfan Ali complicit in the rape of indigenous girls? Is he aware of these rapes taking place? These alleged rapes? How much information does he have in relation to these rapes? How long have these rapes been taking place? Because I've heard allegations again suggesting that Dharamlal was allegedly procuring underage Amerindian girls for other members of the PPP cabinet. And I said other members of the PPP cabinet because I can no longer restrict it to male members of the PPP cabinet. Because we recently learned that there are female members or member within the PPP cabinet who has wife or wives. They are members of the LGBTQ community. And so while Susan Rodriguez is out there as a known member of the LGBTQ community because she went to the US to marry another woman or another person, we don't know how many are closeted, and we don't know how many are partaking in the rape of minor or very young Amerindian children and girls, boys and girls, right? Because again, the evidence is out there showing that the male members of the PPP hierarchy who have an interest in males how much does Ali know about these miscreants? How much is he holding close to his chest? Why shouldn't Guyanese hold him accountable for the misbehavior of his cabinet members? I want to draw to your attention also something else. And that is, a few days ago, Jack Dio said Dharmlal is a good man. Dharmlal is a good man. He does good work for the PPP. He does good work for the PPP. And he has the interest of the growth and development of Guyana. While in his release, Ali said, Dharmlal has pledged to remain faithful to the PPP. My question is, having listened to those utterances, what assurances you have that Dharmlal is no longer a part of your government? He allegedly, apparently, has resigned as Minister of Local Government and Community Development. But who is to say that Dharmlal is not the head of some department out of the limelight of your eyes? Or worse yet, who is to say Dharmlal is not the hand behind the pen at the ministry which he previously was minister? You see, a lot of people tell themselves that the important thing here is minister, the title of minister. No, the title of minister really doesn't matter. What matters to the PPP and the likes of Dharmlal is that they still will be in the corridors of power. 1. 2, they still will be fattened calves off of the taxpayers' money because they still are going to get their super salaries. And if you look at the history of the PPP, you recognize that when they caused Strip and Slap Berry to resign, he was made an advisor. Investigate how much he is paid as an advisor to incompetent Frank. Do your research and realize how many of the PPP bigwigs were moved from the public glare, maybe because of misbehavior or suspicions. But they're right there operating behind the scene as advisors. And they're receiving big pay. They're receiving payment equivalent to those of the ministerial positions they held, along with the perks. So you see, the PPP can pull wool over your eyes, or our eyes, with this resignation of Damlan. But the question is, where is he resurfacing? Or where has he resurfaced? I saw an image yesterday of the commissioning, I think, or start turning for a secondary school in the interior region. And who was right there in that image? Or who appeared to have been in that image? As I'm no specialist, the specialist might tell me, Mr. Amsterdam, you're not seeing right. That is not Nigel Darmland. Well, I'm going to share a photograph with you. I'm hoping to find it. I'm hoping to find it. And so you can determine, you can help me to understand if I'm seeing things as we see. Or if it is that I was right. When I thought I saw an image of Nigel Darmlal following the launching of the school, thank you very much. You made my work easy. The person I speak about knows who I'm speaking about. I told y'all already. It is not I alone who brings information to you. Lots of other people do that, but they work behind the scene. Some of them are quick to the draw. Look at that image there. And for the observant among us, tell us if you see Darmlal there. And you can also describe where he is. If you see him, so others can recognize that, yes, Darmlal is in that image. It had to be a man who would describe the shirt as a blue-green shirt. Winston Parker. Winston Barker. I'm poking a little fun at you this morning, right? Not because I'm trying to embarrass you or anything, but because I still perhaps have my problem with colors. Is it true that men don't know colors? I constantly hear that, and I totally believe men really don't know colors. Right? MD John says he likes that lime green polo shirt. I was about to say that shirt is turquoise. Turquoise, is it? Is that what they call turquoise? Y'all talk to me. Right? Is that turquoise? Or is it blue-green or lime-green? Yes. So, yes, I am seeing an image looking like that of Nigel Darmla. To the left of my screen, it might be your screen, right? Behind the gentleman who is wearing a blue and white plaid. Now the question is, and I'm being fair, I'll tell you what. The question is, if that is the recent photograph, if that photograph was taken at this event, then the question is, what monkey business we going on with in this country? And why are citizens allowing this monkey business to take place? This post was made on the Ministry of Education website on Sunday at 3 minutes to 12. The headline is students in Karasabay and other surrounding communities in Region 9, Upper Takutu, Upper Essequibo, will soon benefit from a new school and dorm facilities being constructed at the cost of $1.7 billion. The contract for the construction of the school was signed in February 2023 and should be completed in 2 years' time. Here are some photos from the contract signing. Good. Right? I think I found the explanation that I was looking for. Here are some photos from the contract signing. The contract was signed in February. And we're now in what? July? Good, so it might be an old photo. But there's insensitivity in relation to the publication of this photograph. And so if Priya is responsible for its publication, she must be held accountable for being insensitive to the Guyanese people. Because media practitioners will tell you that a man like Darmla engaged in this controversy. No file photos should be used of him unless you're discussing the controversy. And so it is the nation has a problem with this man because he has been abusive, allegedly, sexually abusive to a young Amerindian child. But they're posting information about the Amerindian community and posting an image of this man. It shows how callous we are as a society. It shows we don't care about the feelings of others. Even those who say they're heading education departments and ministries have no education whatsoever when it comes to societal norms and mores. Some people say mores. But why are these things allowed to happen? Because we the people, accept them. We the people accept them. And we're not prepared to do anything about them. minding business. Right? So let's keep that in mind. Okay, as far as I know, the 15 minutes are up that I was giving you to call about yesterday's topic. Good? I have one voice note. Let me play it and then I'll move on to what I want to show you today.
Morning. I see on the picture that you put up there with Darumlal. I also see another alleged rapist is there too. Alfred King. I don't know if you could remember a couple of years ago that there was a scandal with him going, he and his chores going to and the meaning where the young girls who misbehave and the young beautiful girls who is there for being discipline wise, they just go and choose who they need and get them out to go and have sex with them. Karaki, enjoy your
Call your life.
Morning, Mr. Amsterdam. Good morning, everyone in Guyana. Good morning, everyone in the diaspora. On the questions of yesterday's topic, very interesting topic, and one of the main questions you asked, and I got quite a few things to talk about yesterday.
Coffee.
Because it's a very... Yes, sir.
You have quite a few things to talk about yesterday. But I gave a 50 minutes deadline to make that call. You're calling, let's say, in the last minute. So be conscientious, please. Thank you.
Yes. Well, I heard you were using up that time, so I didn't want to interrupt you. That's why I waited. Anyway,
but come back, but
you know.
I ain't buying it. Just
so,
go ahead.
Okay. I was being respectful. Now, can the USA's interest be Guyana's interest? And I think yes, and I think it's highly probable and very possible on several fronts. For example, Venezuela's overthrow of Maduro, when the Americans attempted to do that, that was going to be very advantageous. That was going to be America's interest as well as Guyana's interest. Okay? Second point. America came down to Guyana to pay out money for refugees. Okay? So that was a quid pro quo. Venezuela was asking Guyana, look, you take care of these refugees for me, and I'll do something for you guys. Okay? That's quid pro quo, something for something. To say that, yes, Guyana's interest has been America's interest in several examples. Okay, another one. Most recently, America has had a policy on immigration for about 2 years now. And the person who has been championing that policy on immigration is none other than Brian Nichols, the United States Secretary of State, the Assistant Secretary of State for the United States, the African-American guy who came to Guyana. Okay? He is the guy that we need to be focusing on very heavily and not blinking so much. Because this is the guy, chain of command, this is the guy who handles this region. He is the guy that Sarah Lynch got a report to. That African-American guy. Because he is the person in charge. Now, he was also in charge on immigration and intervention in Haiti. So this guy is handling everything in the region. Okay, so we must not lose sight of this gentleman. Now, notice he came along on this visit, and part of his plan in Trinidad, well, part of America's plan was to ask the CARICOM leaders, have them all in one place and ask them to come on board to help America out on a crisis. What is that crisis? America's got an immigration crisis. 1 million refugees at the border. Largely Haitians, largely Cubans, largely El Salvadorians, largely Venezuelans. All fires which America started. America needs help with that. So now she's coming to CARICOM, to ask CARICOM to help her with Haiti. So that's an interest of America. The PPP wants to be in America's good graces now. The PPP wants to be in favor with the Democrats, Biden and Kamala Harris's administration. So the PPP are willing to do just about any dirty work for the American administration. And this is why you see, even though the PPP wanted to chase the people from Haiti, now they're willing to appear as though they want to help them. Because it's a quid pro quo. America is saying, do something for me, PPP, and we'll consider taking it light on you. Rickford Bork complained about it just the other day. Rickford Bork said it looks like we're being thrown under the truck by the Democratic Party. What the Democratic Party is currently doing is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. So we've got to kind of restructure. So to answer that question, there are interests. Okay, there are interests. The PPP is at the helm of the government. So when we talk about Guyana's interest, it's the PPP's interest that's being served at this point. The PPP wants something from the Biden-Kamala Harris administration. They want them to take it easy. They want that loan from the bank for the gas to shore pipeline, and they want a lot of other things. So that's the relationship of common interest. Now, before I conclude, Mr. Kadaki, a very important point you raised last week, the point that was suggested by Anthony Blinken to opposition leader Comrade Norton. The suggestion was seeming like sort of a policy suggestion that the opposition party should employ the concept of constructive opposition. Now, I don't know if I missed your show, but we may need to discuss what is constructive opposition. Persons can Google it and see what that's talking about. Constructive opposition basically says this: let's work together. We don't always have to agree with each other, but let's make Guyana the thing of interest. Let it not be party interest so much, but let it be a national interest. How can Guyana benefit? But in order for that to work, there has to be a give and take. There has to be a reciprocation. It's like a seesaw. One side of the seesaw has to go up so the other side could come down, and vice versa. So, here's the logic. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States, suggested to Comrade Norton that the opposition should employ as a strategy constructive opposition. So if he's going to tell Comrade Norton that, then logical deduction tells us that he would have had to instructed Irfan Ali on the very same thing. Notice now, you can't tell one side to employ a strategy and you don't ask the other side to reciprocate the strategy. Okay? So that is something that I have deduced from that. I haven't heard either the PPP or the opposition speak to the subject of constructive opposition. But I take it that the Secretary of State wants us to figure that out. okay, at this point. There could be more coming. But we have to begin to look out for Comrade Norton reaching across the aisle. Did you say something, Mr. Kadaki?
No, I'm listening to you.
We have to be on the alert, vigilant, for Comrade Norton reaching across the aisle on this policy expectation, as well as Irfan Ali. Now, I did notice Irfan Ali up at the Bosai agreement, opening of Bosai in Linden, making unusual overtures to the Linden MP. He asked for the Linden MP by name. I can't remember what's his name, the Rasta guy, the brother, who is head of the PAC committee in Parliament. He asked for him. He says, where's the Linden MP? Is he here? We need to have some dialogue. So that seems to be, I'm wondering if this is as a result of what Anthony Blinken requested of the PPP. Later on at the ribbon cutting of the opening of that bauxite mill, Irfan Ali asked, where was Adams, the NDC chairman, and he asked for Adams to come and help and cut the ribbon. So these are overtures that I'm seeing very unusual.
Coffee.
Maybe I am reading too much into this, but this seems to be very uncharacteristic. But it seems to be in sync with constructive opposition. Keep in mind, we can Google what constructive opposition means. Another point.
Coffee.
This is important. Please, allow me this point, please. Last point. We need to ask the Assistant Secretary of State to give us some sense of direction as what are the expectancies of constructive opposition. What are the talking points for constructive opposition in the context that it was proposed to Comrade Norton? Being that Anthony Blinken put that out to the public, we have a right to ask him, can he define and outline a trajectory, an expectation for constructive opposition in Guyana? Once again, that's very important, and the guy to link up on that is Brian Nichols. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain all of this.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. You know, let me address quickly the overtures, according to Coffee, that was made by Ali at the opening of that bauxite plant. It was just, in my mind, an effort to pull wool over your eyes. Because, take note, that Ali knew very well that instructions came from his political party to disrespect the chairman of the Region 10 RDC, in fact, the municipal government, and opposition parliamentarians who were invited to attend that opening ceremony and that commissioning of the bauxite plant. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but Darren Adams, I think, who is the chairman or mayor. What's his name is mayor? Sharma Solomon, right? I think I get these positions right. But Darren Adams, I think, is the name of the guy who did a live and reported that they were invited to the commissioning, and they were also told that they will be expected to give remarks at the commissioning. Received a call late the night prior to the event to be reminded. But lo and behold, when they turned up, they were told that the program has changed and they will no longer be allowed to give comments. So Ali was only trying to make people what he is. And you all know what I think he is. So yes, Coffee, I think you read too much into that. You see, a lot of people say do as I say, but not as I do. And that's the thing with the PPP. They perform in front of the cameras. They perform like in Hollywood. But behind the scenes, they return to their nastiness. And let us not fall prey to that. I want you to listen to this video. And then I'll reopen the lines, and so we can continue to talk about the PPP and Hindu domination in Guyana.
In September 2022, the English city of Leicester erupted in violence.
City and community leaders admit they're baffled by the precise cause of the sudden violence.
What's thought to have started as a confrontation between rival fans after a cricket match between India and Pakistan escalated into clashes between the city's Hindu and Muslim communities, leaving dozens injured and at least 47 people arrested.
He's inciting violence and you're allowing it.
How is he supposed to arrest 400 people?
To all the so-called Hindutva wannabe gangsters, don't ever come out like that again.
In the aftermath of the unrest, something unusual happened. A prominent journalist aligned with India's ruling political party did an in-depth interview with the British far-right activist Tommy Robinson.
The problems that come from the Islamic community are so vast, are growing so quick, are so dangerous for the country that it has to be addressed.
Just weeks earlier, an Indian-American community parade in New Jersey was marred by allegations of Islamophobia.
As someone that is Muslim, I find this terrorizing, and so does the Muslim community across New Jersey, across the country and around the world.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Get away from me!
But what connects these events in the US and Europe to a radical nationalist movement on the other side of the world? This is how far-right Hindu nationalism is fueling violence and sparking fears for the future of Indian democracy, and is now spreading its influence across the world and winning admirers among Western extremists. Last August, the small city of Edison, New Jersey, hosted a parade organized by an Indian-American business association. But what seemed like an innocent community celebration quickly became mired in accusations of Islamophobia, all because of this bulldozer. The chant you can hear in the background there is Jai Shri Ram, which roughly translates to victory to Lord Rama, and has become a battle cry for a new wave of radical Hindu nationalists. The chant was also heard prominently in the UK and in countless acts of violence across India itself. What the average resident of Edison may not have realized is that in India, the bulldozers become a coded symbol for government campaigns to demolish Muslim villages and communities.
In the last year, the Hindu nationalist government in Assam state has targeted more than a dozen Muslim villages for eviction.
The bulldozer in New Jersey was decorated with posters of Narendra Modi, India's populist prime minister, whose party, the BJP, advocates a hardline form of Hindu nationalism known as Hindutva that's been accused of inciting deadly violence in India, as well as inflaming the tensions in Leicester and elsewhere.
The parade with bulldozers in New Jersey was shocking.
The language, the rhetoric tells us that there is a growing support for Hindutva ideology within the U.S.
Hindutva, meaning Hinduness, is distinct from Hinduism, India's majority religion. It's a far-right ideology which holds that India should be an exclusively Hindu state, with other minorities tolerated at best.
उसको इस भारत देश में हम रहने नहीं देंगे। हिंदू अलग संस्कृति है, मुस्लिम अलग संस्कृति है, दोनों एक साथ नहीं रह सकती, दो संस्कृतियां कभी एक साथ नहीं रह सकती हैं।
Many of its leaders explicitly advocate violence as the way to achieve this nationalist vision, specifically targeting India's Muslim minority.
हमारी बहनों को पथभ्रष्ट करते हैं और उनको हमारे समाज से अलग करते हैं, तो ऐसे दरिंदों का हम लोग जो है सर फोड़ने का काम करेंगे।
Officially a secular state, India's population is about 80% Hindu, with a Muslim minority of about 14%. This minority has become the prime target for Hindu nationalists who push a conspiracy theory that Muslims are waging a kind of demographic war to eventually gain dominance. Hindutva is spread by a sprawling network of political parties, paramilitary groups and street-level vigilante gangs, which have been linked to lynchings, sexual assault and extreme acts of violence. The most prominent of these groups is probably the RSS.
Do you think that India is a Hindu nation? Yes. All of our world is suffering from the Muslim attacks, jihadi. We did not oppose any community. We did not oppose, but they will follow our rules.
If large groups of armed men marching in uniform and preaching about ethnic purity conjure images of the worst of mid-20th century fascism, that's no accident. The RSS, formed in 1925, and its early leaders explicitly modeled themselves on Hitler and Mussolini, arguing that India should deal with its Muslims the way Nazi Germany did with its Jews.
Hindutva draw from Nazi imagery. So they have that Nazi Hitler image of the family, and in the background you see the swastika, which is also a Hindu symbol of peace that has been mobilized within this discourse. Many people have argued that the RSS is modeled on the SS. The Nazis and the RSS became reviled for a while, but we see a revivalism of that ideology here. Many folks, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, within the current Hindu right-wing movement, come out of that RSS paramilitary training.
Narendra Modi's party, the BJP, is the political wing of the RSS and has dominated India's parliament since he was elected Prime Minister in 2014.
Modi is considered a nationalist. He campaigned as a hardliner on foreign policy and by invoking threats to people's safety.
This has coincided with a massive surge in anti-Muslim violence, and this violence often revolves around cows.
I'm about to meet up with a group of self-fashioned cow protectors.
हिंदू धर्म में गाय को माता का दर्जा दिया गया है। वो मुस्लिम धर्म के लोग हैं जो हमारी आस्था को छेड़ते हैं और हमारी आस्था को छेड़ने वाले के साथ हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करते, इसीलिए उन्हें पकड़ते हैं हम लोग।
The cow is a sacred animal to Hindus, and so-called cow vigilante groups have often carried out attacks, including murder, on Muslims, often based on mere rumors that they may have eaten beef.
When you see someone slaughtering a cow, what do you feel?
अगर आपने ही ये काम कर दिया तो दिल ये करता है कि आपके हाथ काट दूं।
जय गौ माता!
जय गौ माता!
In February 2020, India was rocked by its worst communal bloodshed in decades as riots exploded across the capital, New Delhi.
Often bloody, sometimes fatal, in riots against India's new Citizenship Amendment Act. Legislation, critics say, that discriminates against Muslims.
Horrifying reports emerged of targeted lynchings, with men, women and children being beaten to death, even burned alive. In all, at least 53 people were killed, the majority Muslim. Accusations flew that the government and police had done too little to prevent the violence and may have actively encouraged it amid an ongoing pattern of Hindutva-fueled violence and discrimination against India's Muslim population.
Under the current BJP-led government, there have been numerous extrajudicial killings and torture cases across India. In Uttar Pradesh alone, 5,302 mass violence incidents were reported just in 2021.
But rather than trying to deny their prejudice, many high-profile BJP politicians have been crystal clear in expressing their outright animosity towards Muslims.
We are very keen that this country should remain overwhelmingly Hindu,
majority country.
This radical brand of nationalism, with its unapologetic Islamophobia, has found an unlikely fan base among the Western far right, which isn't generally known for its embrace of South Asian people. In 2019, a delegation of politicians from European far-right parties, including France's National Rally and Germany's AfD, made an official visit to Kashmir, a major flashpoint in Hindu-Muslim relations. The visit, which sparked protests in Kashmir, was seen as an important show of solidarity between populist anti-Islam movements in Europe and India.
22 out of 27 MPs are affiliated to far-right parties.
Modi's brand of nationalism has also been hailed as a blueprint for the wave of right-wing populist leaders around the world that have followed in his wake, with former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon reportedly describing him as a Trump before Trump.
Prime Minister Modi is doing a truly exceptional job for India and for all of the Indian people.
Critics of the BJP can face violent attacks and harassment from both the Indian state and online Hindutva activists, both in India and abroad.
We see this kind of threat actually all the time. The worst one was a man or woman who said, if this conference goes forward, I will become Osama bin Laden and I will bomb everyone. India's democracy is under threat. I would argue that Hindutva is a global threat. We are looking at a movement that is seeking to find inroads by leveraging these kinds of connections within the West as well.
What happens in India matters. The country is predicted to soon overtake China as the world's most populous nation and become the world's third largest economy. India's success has been built on an explicitly secular constitution intended to protect the rule of law and guarantee the rights of all its diverse citizens, regardless of religion. If that equality comes under attack from street thugs and the politicians who encourage them, then India may well lose its claim to be the world's largest democracy, and unthinkable violence could follow.
There you have it. You've heard it for yourself. Simple questions I have for you. Do you recognize the similarities in Ghana? Do you recognize the similarities in Ghana? Extrajudicial killing, bulldozing people's home, torture, name it. It's all right there, right? There's so many issues we can discuss out of that video. I want you also to pay attention to the fact that, according to that video, India is projected to be the third largest economy in the world. And so the question of BRICS come back. The question of BRICS. Somebody said yesterday BRICS is going nowhere, but remember BRICS is made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Brazil, Russia, India definitely are powerful economies. Also, they have extremely large armies. So why do we feel that BRICS is going nowhere? Right? But that's an aside to yesterday's discourse coming out in this video. But look at the similarities of what the Hindus are doing in India and to some extent around other parts of the world, and what is happening here in Ghana when in 2014 Ravi Dev was at the Hindu Congress encouraging Hindus, as they say in this video, and Ravi did say, I am sure I heard it, Hindutya, or whatever the pronunciation. Apparently a radical aspect of Hinduism to come and take root in Ghana. Take note of that. One other thing I want to talk about in relation to that same 2014 video on Ravi Dev, in conjunction with this year. And it dawned on me after somebody asked, but Mr. Amsterdam, this video was since 2014. In 2014, 2014 was the year before the coalition won the elections in 2015. It is my firm belief that coalition leaders, at least some of them, were aware of the existence of this video and this ideology. And so this information should have informed the major decision-making processes in the coalition. The knowledge of this video and what it was proposing, what it was propagating, the philosophy that you recognize coming out of this discourse. Should have really informed how the coalition managed this society, managed this country, and dealt with resource and resource distribution and ownership in this country. But old people say both Ghana falls. You can't turn back. These are lessons for our leaders, especially African Guyanese leaders and minority leaders in this country. I hope going forward, we're going to use all of these things as reference points. Morning, neighbor, morning. Them not like me conniving, morning. Morning, are you morning? Welcome to another program of the Guyanese Morning Time with your host, the Buxtonian Kiraki Amsterdam. I am your host. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the program. It's Wednesday. We're going to have Dr. Hines on today. And so, I don't like to stand too long between our discourses with Dr. Hines. And you. But I will take privilege today. I'm at a milestone. Today I'm at the big 5-0. Yes, so when it's your birthday, sometimes you could take privilege. But let's tell you all a story. Why you see my face when I talk in the story? I don't know if I told you it before, but I'm going to tell you it now. So if I tell you before, you're going to be reminded of it. When I turned 18 years, let me start with the parable. Then say he's not past head. He's not past head. So regardless how many 50s I turn right now, Dr. Hines is still my senior and he will always get my respect. Because he is not past head. And if there's one thing that reminded me that he is not past head, it is when I turned 18. I'll never forget that. When I became 18 years, back then you had to be fetching water, You had to be fetching water from Buxton had 2 well sites. One to the Seawall Friendship North there, and they had what we used to call Well Yard around Barnwell Street. The place them by is now called in Space Street. So when you had water shortage and so on, you had to either go to the well or you go to the line top there to get water. And so as a younger person in the family, or youngest at the time, youngest child, youngest sibling of my mother's children, you got responsibility, you got to fetch water. And so when I turned 18, I said, well, all the way big people now buy. And my brother told me to go and fetch water or something, and I guess I skylarked, and the man gave me 2 lashes, and I decided I'm going to pelt 2 cuff. And my mother and my brother, they gave me a fine thrashing. And she reminded me, she said, regardless of how much birthday you celebrate, that is still your big brother. give respect where respect is due, because it's not past yet. And so we have to, while I share these stories, we have to remind our youngsters that regardless of what, it's not past yet. Dr. Hines, if you hear me, be a strain. I want to play this one. This is Barry Salmon giving thanks. This is dedicated to me from me. And I'm giving thanks to yet another milestone.
Right now, I'm taking it easy. Check my steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I'll have the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me. Stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, the friends I'm surrounded are but few, glad I'm not crowded. Just enough for me to concentrate. One by one, counting my blessings, getting close to goals that I'm setting. If I make mistakes, correct me, don't you hesitate. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, I'm taking it easy. Check my steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I'll have the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me. Stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape now. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. Now I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Well, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Ooh, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Ooh, I'm giving thanks now. All I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks.
Out of merit to the foundation of the music. Hey, ciao, shalom. Now.
Watch this. Forever, I will.
Right now, I'm taking it easy. Check my steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I left the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me, stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, the friends I'm surrounded are but few, glad I'm not crowded. Just enough for me to concentrate. One by one, counting my blessings, getting close to goals that I'm setting. If I make mistakes, correct me, don't you hesitate. All is well, I've got my health in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for the break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, I'm taking it easy. Check my steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I'll have the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me, stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape now. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. Now I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or
Yes, you know, from you wake up in the morning and you're able to smell the roses, as we say, you have to be thankful. Life will come with a lot of challenges. You have to be thankful. 50 will come with a lot of challenges. I'm already thankful. I'm thankful that I made that day. You know, some people say, Mr. Amsterdam, you just overdo this thing, you know. You always want to celebrate for 2 months and so. But the reality is I am very, very grateful and thankful when I reach these milestones, because I've seen a lot of my go-mates, as we say, kick the bucket early. I've seen young lives drop. Natural causes or natural causes, some people say untimely death, and so on. So for me, every day that I can breathe another breath of life, every day that I can get the opportunity to celebrate life, trust me, I will do it. Right? Trust me, I will do it. As everybody say, fire upon the haters. Who don't like it, you know. The Jamaicans got a term which I won't use this morning. But the fact is, we have to be grateful for the little things in life. There's some people who are waking up this morning with aches and pains, arthritis and diabetes and lifestyle diseases and so on and so forth. I personally, I might have my little niggle in there and niggle in there and so on and so forth. Life is challenges, right? But I embrace all that comes. I embrace all that comes with 50 and this milestone, and I look forward, quite frankly, to being able to, as my good friend and colleague say, Randy, good morning. Randy say, you know, remark your popping creases, they call it, and bat close to pad, so that perhaps you can go on to another 50, right? So I will do that. Evan Prasad by sorry, you know, but I ain't into the rum thing, right? The rum thing is you kind of thing. I'm not into that kind of thing. Good. They say wine cures the body, it preserves the body and so on, but quite frankly, I don't know that it does. Because they say alcohol is alcohol, and so a lot of things fall in the course of you engaging in imbibing in alcohol and so on and so forth, especially when you abuse it, you know. But don't worry yourself. I just hire on my own wine. I don't gotta drink wine. I good. And bush rum and so on. This is some people, not for me. Good. But thank you for tuning in. I'm waiting for Dr. Hines. He did say he was there earlier, and you know, the little boy didn't show respect for the time. So here's now past head. I just got a call from one of the viewers who said, I like the one Mr. Amsterdam, I never heard it. Here's now past head. Right? It simply means that regardless of how you grow, the human body is of such that regardless of how you grow, certain things will never surpass others. Regardless of how tall you get, your ears will never go past your head. Never. Good? It can't happen. Your shoulder will never go past your ears. It can't catch up with your ears. I mean, some people got some stump neck and so on and so forth, right? But the reality is, regardless of how situations change, some things will never surpass each other, right? And so here's now past head. You could reach all the milestones, but the elders before you will always be elders, because age don't catch up, right? So always keep that in mind. Dr. Hines, morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the program. How are you doing?
Happy birthday.
Thank you, boy. Thank you. They say I joined the 50s club. I'm exuberant, if that's the word to use today. It's good to get there. I was sharing this a little earlier that, you know, the reality is every time you wake up and you smell the roses, you gotta be thankful, because you watch your go-mates, you watch your colleagues, you know, people from your generation. A lot of young lives have fallen. And so you gotta be grateful that you're still on the tree. Right?
I agree.
Yes. So this morning there are lots of things to talk about as usual. I want to start where we had a Blinken visit. Last week we spoke about the Blinken visit before he arrived. Right? We spoke about the Blinken visit before he arrived, and we discussed the significance of that visit. But now that he has come and left, I am sure that we can revisit some of those conversations. You have seen Blinken. He has attended the CARICOM heads of government just before he was due to come to Ghana. We see Irfan Ali announcing that Dharmlal resigned, and then eventually Blinken came to Ghana. He met with Ali in particular, and most likely other members of the PPP cabinet. And then he met with the leader of the opposition, Aubrey Norton. The information is that the PPP was unaware of such a meeting being planned with Blinken and Norton. As a matter of fact, the information we're getting is that it was a two-man meeting, Blinken and Norton. Some argue that it's natural that Sarah Lynch would have been in that meeting because she is the ambassador to the US. I am getting information on the ground that the PPP is mad at the head of Special Branch because they do not understand how such a meeting could have been planned or taken place without them knowing. What are your observations from the Blinken visit and the reaction of the government? What pulse you're getting from the society itself?
Well, as we said last week, Blinken's visit is highly symbolic in the sense that it is a reflection of Guyana's importance as a regional and hemispheric player. And that has to be so given the amount of oil that we have. So from a geopolitical standpoint, it was a very important visit. And obviously the PPP would try to spin the visit in a certain way, and to say that the visit was about them. I beg to differ. I think the visit was less about them and more about Guyana's place and Guyana's significance in the region and the Western Hemisphere, and the fact that that he met with the opposition leader is also significant, because what it shows is what we all know, and that is, for America, its foreign policy is driven by its own interest. And it does have an interest in who governs in Guyana. It does have an interest in who governs in Guyana. And it is obvious that the concerns about the state of governance in Guyana under the PPP and the concerns of the opposition vis-a-vis the way in which African Guyanese and perhaps the Amerindians are treated, it has filtered its way up to the highest echelons of American decision-making. We know that the Americans, and perhaps Blinken himself, had summoned the two big leaders of the PPP to Washington some months ago, and the understanding was that they went there to talk about governance. And the fact that Blinken has come here and he has met with Norton, it shows that governance is still uppermost in their minds. My theory that I have posited many times on this program and other programs is that whatever happens internally in Guyana is going to be driven a lot by geopolitics. And I don't want to be pessimistic, but that is just the reality of things, and that we as Guyanese have to get used to that. We have to get used to the fact that we are very much part of the geopolitical convergences in the region. One, we have the growing Cold War between the Chinese and the Americans as it relates to trade. And that Cold War is going to be partly played out in the Caribbean. If you remember the end of the last ideological Cold War in the late 80s, America turned its gaze to other parts of the world, in particular Asia and the Middle East, because that's where the economic heavyweights were in terms of oil. And the Caribbean was left wide open, and the Chinese sneaked in, and they have a big foothold. 30 years later, the Americans have realized what has happened, and they are now turning their gaze back on Latin America and the Caribbean. And here are the Chinese, and they have to deal with that. And just as America did not tolerate communism in its quote-unquote backyard, it's not going to tolerate a rampant Chinese economic giant in its backyard. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. The Monroe Doctrine of 1823 is still in vogue. For America, this is still its sphere of influence. Now, in this struggle between the Chinese and the Americans is Guyana. Guyana had gotten caught up in that, the last Cold War, the ideological Cold War, to the point where the British invaded us in 1953, and then there was regime change in 1964. That was the consequence of the last Cold War, the ideological Cold War. This time, the economic Cold War, we have already seen Guyana very much part of it, this time because of oil. And this Cold War is an economic Cold War, not ideological in the way it was in the last Cold War. It's economic, and here we are, happenstance again. And this time, the happenstance is that we have large oil deposits, which brings us centrally. Now, once you become a central player or a central theater of the larger global strictures and the larger global dances, then your internal politics is going to be heavily affected by that. Because you see, foreign policy is an extension of domestic policy, and vice versa. Domestic policy, in many regards, are going to be driven by what's happening in the rest of the world. And we've already seen regime change in Guyana in 2020. And there are consequences of regime change. The last regime change in 1964, in the context of the Cold War, led to a one-party government, a one dominant party, that lasted for almost 30 years. Because what happened is that the PNC, which was the beneficiary of the last regime change, was able to situate itself ideologically. And every time the West and the Americans were concerned about what was happening, it would say, well, the alternative to us is the communist PPP, and then later on, the radical Marxist WPA. And the Americans, of course, would not, in that sense, the Burnham and the PNC were able to play the Cold War to their advantage. And that happened in a place like Haiti, for example, with Papa Doc, and then later on Baby Doc. And we didn't see these governments change until the end of the Cold War. This time, the beneficiaries of regime change are the PPP and their allies. And, 3 years into their government, we have seen again what the consequences of regime change would bring. And as I've argued over and over again, the consequences of regime change is always a government that is out of control. Because governments by their very nature tend to be out of control. Even when you put democratic next to it, that doesn't save it. Look at what's happening in America. With the coming to power of Donald Trump. American politics have not been the same since then. We are seeing the same thing here. They come into power of the PPP, or the installation in power of the PPP, via regime change, have had consequences. Consequences for economics, consequences for governance, consequences for ethnic relations in particular, because we are an ethnically divided society. And I'm saying all of that to say what I've been saying for 3 years, and that is that what is playing out in our internal politics is a consequences of geopolitical decisions that have been made since 2016, culminating in the arrangements vis-a-vis the elections of 2020. And I don't think the PPP is as clever as the Burnham PNC was in terms of understanding geopolitics. And because of that, they are embarrassing their sponsors. They're really embarrassing their sponsors. you know, the PPPs using regime change just tend to happen. They're using the opportunities that they got out of regime change to set up a dictatorship and to install themselves in power. They're using the oil resources to keep themselves in power. And as a result of that, in trying to keep themselves, using the resources to keep themselves in power, they rather say, look, we don't mind if Exxon go away with 75%. The 25% that's coming, we are going to use that 25 to keep ourselves in power. And the thing that when you begin to move towards a one-party state, there are internal consequences because you'll have to dominate other human beings. And human beings, by their very nature, are going to push back against domination. And once human beings are pushing back against domination, you will use your power over the state to keep them in their place. And so you have that dynamics that's going on. So what you have is a country that is, its GDP is growing 60-something%, you know, and the rest of the world is looking at this place and saying, my God, that this is the next El Dorado. All right. And we want to get piece of the El Dorado action. And these people in power seems to be quite happy to give us a little piece of the El Dorado. So we're going to sponsor them. But when you sponsor them, oh my God, they're embarrassing us because we like to talk about our democracy and rule of law. And look, there's no democracy and rule of law. These people are good to us. They're giving us a part of El Dorado, but they are violating some of our quote-unquote principles. Whether or not the Western America, whether they live up to their democratic ethos is another question, but the fact of the matter, they use it as their guiding principle. And when they look at a place like Guyana, and they look at the regime in Guyana, the regime in Guyana is giving them some economic play, well, not some economic play, big economic play. But it's violating their so-called principles, democratic principles. And that is the dilemma that the West now has as far as Guyana is concerned. Whereas the PNC was able to get away with it for a long time, I don't think this government, the present PPP government, will get away with it for that length of time. A lot has changed. There is no social media. Burnham and the PNC didn't have to deal with social media. These have to deal with social media. The population is much more informed. Burnham didn't have to deal with an integrated world in terms of globalization. What globalization has meant is that you can sit in Queens, New York, or Brooklyn, New York, and participate in what's happening in Guyana economically, politically, and otherwise. You don't have to jump on a plane these days. because of social media and the new technology. So this government is trying to construct dictatorship with social media. It means that they're being caught naked every single day. And it's not easy to do it as it was done 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And so they're embarrassing their sponsors every day. Now, sponsors you don't become their client today and they change you tomorrow. Their interests would have to be seriously eroded for them to change you. But because of the reckless behavior of the PPP, they are allowing their opponents to make a case against them in a far quicker way than those who benefited from regime change 40, 50 years, 60 years ago. And I think that is what we are contending with. You know, Guyanese in New Jersey can come together in the Guyana Day, then put thousands of people in one place in the United States. And their brothers and sisters in Guyana are looking at them, watching them in real time, participating with them. That is tremendous pressure on the regime at home, trying to create a dictatorship. So the PPP, within 3 years, they have already been summoned to Washington once and said, you know, the Americans have made about 4 or 5 statements about inclusive governance. The first time the Secretary of State came here was to, in a sense, do what they will call in the military, inspect the troops. After regime change, Pompeo came to make sure that all is well. 3 years later, his successor has come again to inspect the troops. The Americans and the Western powers, they've made an investment here. Yeah, that's all right. Go ahead. It's an excellent question, but I wouldn't put it that the visit, he came because of that. Remember, the visit is symbolic. He came to inspect the troops. But you don't need to come to Guyana for 4 hours to discuss.
Doctor, I'm sorry. I have to ask that question all over again. My microphone was down. So that others understand what you're answering to. Okay. Thank you for those who alerted me by the phone call. That is why I usually keep the microphone up, but sometimes you get double audio out. So I was asking, in your thesis you said, listen, the sponsors don't usually change their choice. They don't usually change their choice that early. But in just
until their interest is threatened.
right. But in just 3 years, we have had 2 visits from the secretaries of state, and the question is whether or not these visits have been influenced by at least the most recent visit. The case that the opposition has been making against this government for its misbehavior, but most importantly, the view that the PPP is perhaps leaning towards the BRICS bloc. We have heard utterances from Jack Dio that the PPP has no interest in becoming part of OPEC, etc. And the move of the PPP, or apparent move of the PPP, to be involved with the BRICS bloc is against the lessons learned from the 70s or 80s, when the US government allegedly kept the PPP out of government because they didn't want another communist nation in their backyard.
Well, Guyana's friends overseas is part of the whole mix. That would not be an issue that would bring Blinken here. Remember, Blinken is just coming symbolically to inspect the troops, but they would be talking to the government every single day. You know, that's why they have an ambassador here. And now sometimes you bypass the ambassador, you spoke directly to the decision makers there. So he didn't come here to talk about that, but certainly that is part of the engagement with the PPP. Look, it is clear that OPEC, the interest of OPEC is at cross purposes, has been since the 1970s, with the interest of the United States of America. Now, it does not necessarily have to be so, because America has the largest deposits of oil and gas of any country in the world. So America does not necessarily have to be dependent on oil and gas and thing. But remember, America, as a global power, its interest is not just about America, it's also about American allies. So when America is batting on the world stage, it's not batting just for itself, but its allies, whether those allies are NATO allies or its allies in other parts of the world and so on. And the fact that OPEC, by deciding how much oil is going to put on the market, will determine the price of oil on the world market. And America is oil dependent. It means that American interests are not necessarily on the same page with OPEC interests. Now, Russia is a part of OPEC, and Russia's just decided that it's going to cut back on its production. Saudi Arabia is going to cut back on its production. That is going to affect the prices, right, of oil. Now, America can get so much deposit, it can pump some oil and control prices internally, but it's not going to do that. It will rather look to other places to get oil. Now, Guyana is not part of OPEC, but Guyana will benefit when OPEC cuts back production, the prices rise. Guyana is going to benefit like a freeloader. I remember as a boy growing up, when OPEC struck in the 1970s, Trinidad benefited from that. Trinidad wasn't a member of OPEC, still is not a member of OPEC, but they benefit from the rising prices. And Guyana is going to benefit. It means, therefore, that the regime in Guyana has a bargaining chip when it sits down with the Americans. When the Americans say, man, you're all treating black people bad, you all are behaving dictatorially, and so on, the Guyanese government will say, no, it's not true. Don't worry with those people. Don't get yourself tied up with that. And, the Americans will say, but it's obvious to us. And one of the bargaining chips the government is going to have is the rising prices of oil. you look, you know, we are not going to, we could go into OPEC. And if we go into OPEC, we are going to be subject to OPEC rules. When OPEC says to hold back on production, we'll have to hold back on production. But right now we are staying out. We are staying out of OPEC, which means that we can be a freeloader, but we also can decide we're not going to go along with OPEC. So where Guyana joins becomes a bargaining chip for the regime in Georgetown. That's the point here. You know, look, we might not join OPEC, we might go with BRICS. And the Americans will have to sit down and try to talk to them. And if the Georgetown says, well, all right, you don't want us to go with BRICS, you don't want us to go with OPEC, all right, we're going to give you that. What are you going to give we? We want you to ease up with this opposition thing about racial discrimination. So the oil, Guyana's oil, Burnham didn't have that. What Burnham had was a communist alternative, and he used that. But this government has something tangible, and it's going to use that as its leverage. So the answer to your question is yes. The Americans have to engage. Look, you're embarrassing us. You're embarrassing us, Ali Jagdio. And Ali Jagdio would respond, all right, yeah, you know you want to manage us and so on. That's okay. Well, we're going and join OPEC. No, don't go join OPEC. You know that's against our interests. All right. So we're not going to go OPEC. We're going to go BRICS. Oh, God, not BRICS too. You know, the Chinese and BRICS and so on and so forth. All right. So in a sense, although Guyana is small, it has big oil. And the government is going to use big oil to survive in power. That's the reality. And so it's going to engage the Americans and the Europeans and threaten to go against their interests. And then they come to the table and say, well, Ma, you can't do that. Okay, if we can't do that, 2025 is coming up. We got to win this election. And in order to quote unquote win the election, we got to keep that voters list. You know, the Americans would say, man, but the people are asking for voters list and biometrics. At least give them biometrics. And the people will say, well, all right, maybe we can give them biometrics, but we're not touching that voters list. You heard Jagdio saying that he may consider biometrics. Or, you know, Washington would call them and say, man, what you all doing there? With you all ministers going about the place raping indigenous children, you know indigenous people get a world network. You all got to do something about that. You all can't allow this situation to slide. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you something, Uncle Sam. We're going to let the boy resign. But we can't let that boy go through the justice system. Them things take long in Guyana. And so long as he's charged and he's before the court, the PPP will be before the court. And the opposition will hammer us. So we're going to give you something. We're going to let the boy go long away. But we can't afford. And America will say, well, all right, you know, I mean, you know, yeah, that's, you know, we'll have to live with that. The point is here that the Guyanese government has oil and it's going to use it to remain in power. You see, if the Americans, Sarah Lynn spoke as she's going out about local government election, she said it's free and fair. And once she says free and fair, it's free and fair. You listen to all of them who talking about rigged elections in 2020. How do you know it's rigged? Well, we know it's rigged because the PNC never show us their statement of poll. And secondly, the foreigners were all there at Ashmin. And they saw the rigged election and they say that. It's not easy to be the opposition in Guyana today, on the one hand. On the other hand, it's easier than it was 50 years ago, 60 years ago, like I said, because you have social media, etc., 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 etc. So it means, therefore, all is not lost for the opposition. The opposition will just have to work 20 times harder than it would normally work in order to get back in power. Because the opposition is coming up not just against the PPP, it's coming up against the internal private sector. It's coming up against regional interests. CARICOM has just announced universal free movement of people, which means labor can now move up and down. And if labor is going to move up and down, it means that if you're going to universalize movement of labor, you have to universalize services. You have to universalize education, because if I move in from not Montserrat, they're not part of the market. But if you're moving from Antigua to Dominica, and we say, well, now you can move freely. When you go to the Dominica, you have to have access to healthcare, you have to have access to education. Dominica can no longer bar you from those things. So we are universalizing the movement of people, all peoples. And so we have to universalize. So we are moving towards a more functional cooperation. All right? It means that we have to improve our transportation. You saw the ads talking about more air transport, more efficient air transport. They're now talking about speed ferry in the Caribbean and all those kind of things. Guyana becomes critical to that. Guyana capital becomes critical to CARICOM. And who governs is important. The Bajans were out of the block already since during the 2020 election. They saw the signs. And they hitched themselves to the Ali Jagdeo government. And other CARICOM countries are going to do that. Not because they like the Ali government, but because of their own economic benefits that come from it. The world has changed around us. And being in the opposition is harder. In the old days, during the Burnham era, you couldn't get Barrow, you couldn't get Tom Adams and them to condemn any rigged election in Guyana. But they will do it with a blink. They will turn on the PNC with the blink of an eye. Because Guyana is pivotal towards the economic fortunes of the Anglophone CARICOM region. And so the opposition has to deal with all of that. But like I said, although it's tougher for the opposition, the fact that no information, you have a group in America can be doing foreign policy for the opposition. When you have a group can put 5,000 people, 6,000 Guyanese in a park and say they're partying. When you Akin Jeffries and you watch, that's 5,000 votes. And so you just by putting 5,000 people in a park, you have an in with Hakeem Jeffries. You see, so there is a way in which there benefits from the opposition because of the change environment vis-a-vis technology and so on and so on.
Benefits for, not from, for the opposition.
For the opposition.
Let's talk about that same benefit for the opposition. Blinken said in a tweet, I think, a post, he discussed with the opposition constructive opposition. Let me give you both together. There, Blinken has mentioned that he shares something on constructive opposition with Aubrey Norton when they met. And just yesterday, we became aware of a letter from the New York State indicating that a delegation is heading to Guyana in October of this year to primarily engage the government on the business of the U.S. in Guyana and how Guyanese are treated by the government. Is that assistance there, you see it? Explain for us, if you will, first, the whole concept of constructive opposition and whether or not this is help coming from the Blinken.
No, Brother Kadaki. You don't use word like help, because once you use help, you have to answer help towards what end. And that's where you're going to get in trouble, because you'll have to say help towards removing the PPP. No, right? But if you follow my argument, you are, in effect, are saying, okay, what you're saying, Dr. Hines, makes sense now. You're right. The two things that you cited there are the logic of what I was trying to explain. That although the opposition is not going to be helped in terms of the removal of the PPP tomorrow, but the opposition has made sufficient, quote unquote, inroads into America policy making bodies. You see, American government, unlike Guyana government, you have one entry to Guyana government, and that is through central government. In the United States, you have multiple entries. You don't have to go through the central government. You can go through state government, or you can go through county government, you know, or you can go through city government in New York, right? So there are multiple entries to American government. And so you're able to lobby American decision-making from several standpoints. And that is what is playing out there. So you don't necessarily have to go to the US government. You have enough Guyanese in New York to say to New York decision makers, you know, that Guyanese are an asset for your election. They're your constituents, are enough for them to decide whether you are going to get elected or not. So when people sit back and say, what Norton doing, and so on, those are legitimate things. But things are happening in spite of Norton because of the changed world that we live in. Right? So let me go straight to what you're asking. America has made very clear what it means by constructive. It says that you have to share the government. They said that we have to move towards power sharing or shared governance. And they would have said that to Norton. They would have said that to Ali and Jack Dio. That is the model. And if you look at America around the world, look at what they were able to do in Sudan. Look at what they were able to do in Ireland. Look at how they were able to, when Kenya blew up with elections a few years ago, power sharing. Look at Zimbabwe, power sharing. Look at South Africa immediately after apartheid, power sharing. So you look at Kosovo and so on and so on. America's always used the tool of power sharing in the rest of the world. Now, let me say something here that a lot of people may not know. When the founding fathers sat down to construct the United States of America, they did not want a one-person presidency. And they toyed with the idea of a multi-person presidency. That is a power-sharing presidency, as part of what was called then the New Jersey Plan. It was the plan of the small states. There were two plans. The New Jersey Plan, and which was for the small states, and I think the Philadelphia Plan, which was for the big states. The small states had put forward a power-sharing presidency. So America is not a stranger to power-sharing. They have power-sharing between the branches of government. They have power-sharing within the Senate. The whole thing about the 60% in order to get business done in the Senate. So Americans are familiar with power sharing. And for them, their constructive governance in Guyana is about power sharing. But it will say to both the opposition and the government, you all gotta make it happen. We don't want to force you all in an overt way to make it happen. But if we see that you all sloth in making it happen is affecting our interests, if the PPP intransigence is leading to disorder and instability, people coming on the road to protest, or crime getting out of control, or, there is so much poverty that people are beginning to turn to crime. If the Americans see that, they're going to say, well, look, you all are not moving far enough. This instability is messing with our interests. We will have to overtly come in and push this power sharing thing. For now, we're leaving it to you all. We're going to be covertly behind the scene and so on. So you are going to see in the coming years a struggle between the PNC and the PPP in terms of how far they can get. The PPP knows what it wants and what it doesn't want. I assume the PNC knows what it wants and doesn't want. So the next couple of years is going to see intense struggle between the two, because both of them are beholden to the foreigners. It's not a case where Norton can say, I'm not dealing with the Americans. He just can't. He has to deal. The PPP has to deal. And the Americans will give them some space to see how far they will get. Right? And you already see Jack Joe is staking out. I'm going to give them biometrics. I bet my bottom dollar that if he give biometrics, he's not giving voters list. Because you can get around biometrics. With biometrics and a dirty voters list, the biometrics may catch some of that thing. A man meet me the other night in Boston and show me an exchange between he and a PPP, not such a big wig, but a PPP man, who asking him, do you have addresses in Georgetown? This was coming up to the local government election. If you got 2 addresses in Georgetown, give me it, sell me it. Meaning, not sell you the property, but sell you the addresses. The addresses is votes. I see that with my eye. A man come up to me and said, Doctor, I'm glad to see you. And he showed me the exchange. I can't expose the man, but I'm showing you how the PPP can get around biometrics. So biometrics by itself, without cleaning up the voters list, it is not going to get us over to the promised land. it will help us somewhat because the biometrics will pick up some people on election day. But biometrics is not going to be able to pick up some of the subtle things that's going to happen long before election day if the voters list continues to be bloated. So you're going to see the struggle between the two sides. Who's going to give what, who's not going to give what, and the Americans are behind the scene because, as you say, here is the outcome. The fact that a delegation is coming from New York, like I said, is testimony to the work that is being done. And that work is both what you call hard diplomacy and soft diplomacy. The hard diplomacy is what the opposition would have been doing behind the scenes, which Norton can't tell you about, he can't tell me about, he maybe can't even tell his own party members about. The soft diplomacy is, like I said, when Rickford Buck is able to put 5,000 people in a park in Brooklyn, you know, when you're Hakeem Jeffries or you're a state senator or a state delegate, that is plenty vote for you. So you're responding to the soft democracy. So I'm saying, as I am saying, look, don't fool yourself that government is going to change tomorrow. I'm also saying that tremendous strides have been made, and we are seeing that now. We are seeing that now before our very eyes, with those two things that you just mentioned there. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Certainly you have. Let's talk about this same constructive opposition and perhaps constructive governance. Because you're saying in this discourse of constructive opposition, it's likely that the US has been saying, listen, PPP, I got to give something. Just recently there was this commissioning of the a new bauxite plant at Linden. And the mayor of the city government and town government and so was invited, with the regional chairman invited to give remarks. And when it came to the event itself, he was disinvited, allegedly because the PPP bigwigs intervened and said to the people at both sides, no, we don't want them, they mustn't come in number one and they mustn't give remarks number two. How constructive, how inclusive is that kind of behavior? And this happened after the visit of the Secretary of State.
Brother Kidaki.
Is that an indication of things to come?
No, Brother Kidaki, those things are of little significance. The Americans, I mean, the PPP is going to get away with that because that's not going to move anybody in Washington or New York. The PNC guys at Linden just got toughen up and realize, you see, we are making those things into big things because we are not doing the analysis. And the analysis has to take in the big picture. And in the big picture, there's small potatoes. That's not going to move nobody. The PPP can shut you out from a little meeting and a little meeting there. The Americans are not going to respond to that. Those small potatoes in any fight. There are things that one side will get away with and the other side will get away with. I'm sure that they are, I am saying that there are things the PNC can play hardball on. Right now, in New Amsterdam, we're not putting you on the finance committee.
I saw the former mayor complaining with tears in her eyes, man.
Exactly. But in Georgetown, they put them on the finance committee. So I'm saying the opposition got some things it can play with at the low tiers of governance.
Parliament is seen as, the National Assembly is seen as one of those important institutions. Are we likely to see a change in behavior at the National Assembly level?
No, but it is going to be on the agenda. I'm sure it's part of the dossier that Norton has given to the secretary Now, what is the opposition interest in Parliament? The opposition interest in Parliament is the PSC. The opposition can't look at Parliament and say, we want what? To our 31 votes to work. No, it ain't gonna work like that. But
behavior of the speaker, we want the behavior of the speaker to change.
No. That's not, because that's not going to change, right? That's part of the institutionalization of Parliament. The way Nadir is operating is how all other speakers have always operated. Nadir is just lawless, as we would say. What the PPP has done with winner-take-all politics is that it has taken it to the very extreme. But nothing that the PPP is doing in relation to majoritarian politics has not been done before. Where we catch them is not on the behavior of the speaker. It's the extreme behavior of the speaker. The extreme behavior of the speaker. So that's not a big deal. If the opposition wants to maximize and to get something in Parliament, is to get a functioning PAC. Because with the PAC is where the government will have to come to and bring the receipt and bring this, and you catch them there. When the thief in. You catch them there with the corruption. So you're not going to change Parliament to suddenly tomorrow the opposition will get a bill through. Forget about that. You have to look at the Parliament and say, what can I get out of this, a functioning Parliament? And it's those committees, especially the PSC. So, look, in a struggle, you can't want everything, and you can't want some impossible things. You see, take the Dharamlal story, right? What did we on this side say? Let the system work. But we want the system to work. 2 years, the system of government, the PPP has squeezed the life out of it. And the system will not work. It depended on the system in this case. Because our assumption is that the system will work, at least halfway. No. The system is being raped by, no pun, well, I was about to say no pun intended, but a pun is intended. The system has been raped and has been raped by the PPP. And what the PPP has done is to use the system. The system of governance is a winner-take-all system. The system of justice is elite. The system of justice is a system of justice that we have inherited from the colonialists. The colonialists did not make a system of justice to impugn the powerful, to impugn the colonizer. He created a system of justice to work against the colonized. And we have moved into independence, and we have fetched that system of justice, some reforms along the way. But the core of the system of justice has remained the same. It is anti-poor people. It is anti-powerless. It is anti-opposition. So, when the government finds itself in a corner like it finds itself in Dharamlal, it turns on the manipulator button and manipulate the system to get the outcome that it got. So one of the minor mistakes we made in the Dharamlal thing is to put faith in the system. And we saw the system from police to the DPP. How it was manipulated.
It's now 8:30. 8:30. At this time, usually we open up the lines. But I want to ask you one question before the lines are opened, Dr. Hines. Because the geopolitics again is important in all of what's happening here. I didn't say the lines are open. I said I will open up the lines after talking to Dr. Hines. I get some patience, man. You know, one y'all. A friend said to me the other day, you know, as you get closer to this board, we know you're going to get scratchy teeth bad. Right? So, y'all try a scratchy teeth bad right now. Y'all, whole strain for me. Yeah, there's all geopolitics and BRICS again I'm asking you about. But I'm asking you about the fact that you mentioned, well, everybody believes that the key to removing the PPP is coalition politics. If that is the fact, it's likely that the WP at some point will reconsider a coalition with PNC and whoever else to try to remove the PPP from government. On our last program, you said the WPA is saying Guyana should go BRICS way. Do you see that as having a negative impact on a possible coalition that will remove the PPP from government?
I mean,
and why Guyana should go BRICS?
No, Guyana should go BRICS because it gives us more wiggle room. BRICS is much more multipolar than, let's say, OPEC, which is dominated by the Middle East and Russia and so on and so forth. BRICS, you know, is much more multipolar. You have, you know, Brazil, you have China, you have India, and so the up and coming powers of the world are in BRICS, and it gives us that multipolarity. And so therefore that is why we would go for BRICS rather than OPEC. We are aware that the United States may not necessarily want you to go in OPEC or BRICS. But everything has to be put on the table. And so we are putting that on the table. And we are saying, as an oil-rich country, you have some leverage. As I have been explaining here this morning, the regime has some leverage. It is using the leverage to keep itself in power. We are saying that the leverage should be used not to keep the government in power. The leverage should be used to position Guyanese interests as opposed to PPP interests. But we are not naive to believe that the Americans are going to say, but if you force the thing to a choice between BRICS and OPEC, maybe the Americans would say, man, all right, you'll go along with BRICS, no, not OPEC. The thing is, you got to put something on the table. I mean, I'm not one of the, I'm not telling a secret here. I mean, you know, people are jumping around about the oil contract and so on and so on and so on and so on and so forth. I think what happened with the oil contract is the mistake the coalition made. It's that it did not consult widely enough. And I'm not talking about consulting with the PPP. It should have. But even consulting without the opposition, within the opposition. I mean, the WPA was not...
the government at that time.
Within the government, the government coalition stance. The WPA wasn't consulting. I mean, we have Clive Thomas, who's an expert on oil economics. And he was right there. And they didn't talk to him. We met with them after the thing was signed. And we advised them, you are playing with trouble. Please publicize that contract. Please publicize the signing bonus. They listened to us, and they didn't do what we think, and it has come back to bite them. What I'm saying is that they did not consult even within the coalition itself. Some of the things that the coalition getting beaten up for on that contract, and they consult a little bit more widely in the coalition, they might have saved themselves some of the embarrassment that they have now. You know, it's one of the lessons that we've learned from the last coalition government, I hope. When people ask what you bring to the table, you may not bring 100,000 votes, but you may bring expertise. Which is maybe equal to 50,000 votes. So we got to stop playing schoolboy politics. Big people politics. Right? Big people politics. So when people telling you, don't worry, the FC dead. Don't worry, WPA dead. The PNC, and that's schoolboy politics. Right? You have to maximize everything that you have. There's some forces can bring you votes. There's some forces can bring you expertise. There's some forces can bring you contacts. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we got, and I heard Ramzatan and the AFC a couple of days ago on Coalition. I heard Amanza Walton on GovSpan, and I think that they were very matured analysis of what coalition is. Very matured analysis of what coalition is. So yes, I mean, our proposal to go BRICS, right, is that we think BRICS is better than OPEC, you know, but it has to be negotiated.
But do you believe that position? I don't think I heard you answer that question. Do you believe that position will impact the relationship in the coalition, or the possibility of the coalition being allowed to remove the PPP from government?
Kadaki, you have to learn. You have to learn hard things.
What I have to learn?
You have to learn something. You're there at the start of the race. On the mark, get set, go. You already watching the tape of the next cycle. You don't know if the runner gonna get disqualified. You don't know if the runner gonna fall down in between. Take your time. Take your time.
Very well. There's a viewer here by the name of Delete One, whoever Delete One is, that basically has attacked everything you said this morning. He say vacuous, man. And because he knows foreign policy, he knows that Ghana will not be allowed to, and Ghana can't join BRICS.
Why is he arguing with me? I am saying I don't disagree with him, but he knows. What I'm saying is that I don't know you put it on the table. You just asked me that. Sometimes you don't have to worry, people. Some people just like to show you how they're bright. I am not showing you bright. I qualify because I didn't pass common entrance. In those days we said qualify. I qualified common entrance 50, 60 years ago. I don't be showing people whether I'm bright or not. Some people just want to show you bright. I am dealing with some public education here. Yeah, so yeah. I'm not in a beauty contest with Mr. Vacuum.
Yes. You know, it's interesting that you said some people like show they're bright, because that's one of the comments the man said, Mackie. Say you bright bad, a lot of people can't match.
Qualified common entrance.
Listen, it's 21 minutes to 9 o'clock. I might go a little over 9 because I think, but this morning receiving gifts. So all of you anxious to call, I ain't even on the line yet and people calling. I hope this person calling for bring gifts. Right? Call you live, good morning. You're live with a Bostonian on the birthday of the Bostonian and the anniversary of Camps TV. And so I'm hoping that you're going to first give us your gifts and then you can go ahead.
Yes, hello?
Call you didn't hear a word I said?
No, well, this is not the best communication system. Could you just repeat yourself? You sound a little muffled. Could you hear me clear?
Okay, caller. Go right ahead. You're live.
Well, first of all, good morning, Kadaki, and happy birthday to you. Happy 50th. This is the light one. I was speaking to Dr. Hines in regards to BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. There's no way that Guyana could join BRICS countries. BRICS country is a thorn as far as America is concerned. is a competitor of America as far as the future is concerned. BRICS currently right now controls more than 30% of the world's GDP. It has surpassed the G7 and G8 countries, which America is a member of. In the next 7 years, BRICS countries will control more than 50% of the world's GDP. Okay? So when I said Mr. Hines, like I said, I respect him over the years, but he's not God. He's a human being. My point is, Guyana could not and would never join BRICS. America would never allow Guyana to join BRICS because BRICS is a competitor, economic competitor of the United States of America. BRICS is a competitor for the G7, which America is part of. In the next 7 years, BRICS will comprise more than 50% of the world's GDP. Okay? We playing chess. We're not playing checkers. Go ahead, sir.
Now, that has been established. Coming out of my yesterday's discussion to start with, I know I established that BRICS is going places in terms of control of the world GDP. The countries that currently... let me finish, please.
Can I just ask you one
please
question?
allow me to finish. I don't like...
So how is it possible? That Guyana would be allowed, listen to the word I'm saying, would be allowed...
Yeah, I can get ignorant. I can get very arrogant. If we're going to have a discourse, you have to allow me to complete what I'm asking. At the end of the day, I'm the moderator of this program. I don't come here for an argument. Let's understand that. We're here for education. We are educating each other. The question I was about to ask the call is, if we recognize that the BRICS bloc, as I am calling them, in 10 years' time will control more than 50% of the world economy. If we recognize that many of the players in BRICS got some of the largest armies and are in themselves superpower, why do we believe that the U.S. can prevent Guyana from joining them? Because the U.S. currently supports Guyana. For example, somebody argues the U.S. prevents Venezuela from invading Guyana. Right? If this powerful economic bloc is going to surpass and be more powerful than the bloc that the U.S. is in, what prevents anybody from siding with them? Just as the caller is saying Dr. Hines is not God, is the U.S. God? Go ahead,
Brother Kidaki, what prevents the U.S. from making concessions to BRICS? If the caller is arguing that BRICS is so powerful, does he believe the Americans are so stupid that they're not going to make an accommodation with this powerful BRICS? And it is in the context of whatever little accommodation that a country like Guyana gets to sneak in. One could have argued 50 years ago that the Americans would never allow Guyana to join the non-aligned movement. The non-aligned movement was like a little BRICS, right? And Burnham was able to join the non-aligned movement because he was able to see the loophole. Like I said, what he had in his back pocket was always the PPP. So while America was not happy with Burnham hanging out with Castro and Daniel Ortega and so on, they couldn't take it down. They took down Michael Manley, but they couldn't take down Burnham. Michael Manley didn't have a powerful Communist Party to his left. The Communist Party was the Workers' Party of Jamaica, which was small. What Burnham had in his pocket was a powerful Communist Party in Guyana. So Burnham was able to hang out with America's nemesis, Castro and them, and the Americans had to live with that.
All
right? But anyhow, just to say, I agree with 95% of what the call is saying. We don't disagree that it would be a challenge, whether it's OPEC or BRICS, for Guyana to join. Where I part with him if the 5% is that he said the Americans will never. And I'm saying that social relations, including international relations, is very fluid and dynamic. And so you never say never. But 95% of his analysis is correct. I agree with it.
Thank you. Caller live. Thank you for holding.
Yeah, I'm listening to Dr. Hines. I respect Dr. Hines, right? But he's pushing a narrative right now that makes me very, 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 very worried. Mr. Hines is saying that the U.S. is not trying to keep countries away from the BRIC countries. That is exactly what the U.S. is doing. I'm looking at Al Jazeera, DW, CNN, all of these news networks. The news is out there. The secretary, the Secretary General, he is going worldwide, bringing people away from the BRIC countries. The U.S. is pushing an alternative. They call it B3W, Build Back World Better. That's what the U.S. is pushing. They do not, look, China and Russia is the top countries in the BRIC organization. Authoritarian governments, China and Russia. Mr. Hines, you know exactly how the Chinese government and how the Russian government ruled China and Russia. Why would we want to be part of that? China is indebting a lot of countries with loans that they can't pay back, and then taking over territory. Why would you endorse being part of BRICS? The U.S. government is pushing back against that. And I'm going to tell you guys something. The narrative Dr. Hines is pushing right now, I think you're pushing that because you are in favor of being part of the BRIC countries. But Guyana does not need to be in part of that type of thing. We don't need it. It's wrong for Guyana. Your best bet is with America. And I think Dr. Hines knows this fact. I don't know why, and I respect it, don't get me wrong.
Caller,
I'm listening.
Let me intervene here.
I'm listening.
And I think this is one of the problems we have. We personalize these discourses, right? This is not what Dr. Hines prefers or what Dr. Hines is pushing. Dr. Hines is sharing with us, right? I would call it loosely education. All the options. I did not hear Dr. Hines say that Guyana should join BRICS. You basically are saying that Dr. Hines is saying we should join BRICS.
No, Kadaki. He just so said it. He would prefer that we go with BRICS. That's what he said.
But he has explained his rationale for thinking that BRICS would be better for Guyana. But he did. All right.
You know, so was I wrong?
Was I wrong? To say that he has a preference? You didn't say he has a preference. You said he is saying you must go. There's a difference.
Anyway, another narrative that he pushed this morning that I felt very uncomfortable about is when he says America is not pushing against the BRIC countries. America is pushing Build Back World Better. That's an alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative.
We already said that, caller. We already said that already.
No.
We already said that.
I'm telling you that. Listen, I'm telling you, they came to Guyana to push back on the BRIC countries. That's what he came for. That's one of the things that he came for. I'm going to leave it right there.
Thank you. Thank you for that call.
Love the discussion. All right, one love. Later. Bye-bye.
Sometimes I wonder if people listen. Did I not say that part of the menu that of the American concern is who Guyana join with, whether it's BRIC or OPEC? I mean, sometimes people want to argue.
Yeah, we have to learn to be better listeners.
Argue.
Right? Some people hear to respond or listen to respond. They don't hear to, Call your life. Call your life.
Yeah, good morning, Kodaki. Happy body, 50 body. God bless you and all the best to you today. One question I have. I want to know the BRICS country, majority of them, the India, China, and South Africa. Well, South Africa is not a part of them. South Africa is trying to be a part of them. I want to know if America don't generate their economy.
if they don't generate what?
The economy,
economy.
I think what I'm understanding the caller to ask is how important is American business to the economy of these countries? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And therefore, my guess is the caller is wanting to subtly say, if I can say that, if America is against them and they basically stop doing business with them, then the possibility is it will weaken the bloc. Is that what you're saying, caller? I'm just trying to understand the question.
That is correct.
Go ahead, Dr.
And I think that's a very important question. You see, one of the problems that countries like Guyana had during the Cold War, some countries, is that we wanted to get in to taking sides in a Cold War. And the role of small countries like Guyana is not to get into taking sides when big countries are fighting. We have to look whenever big countries are at war to see how we can maximize our interests. And so that's how the whole notion of non-alignment came into being. Yes, Guyana cannot escape. America spent all morning saying that America has tremendous influence in Guyana. But that does not stop Guyana as a small country with big oil to use that big oil to squeeze out a 5% interest for itself. That's what I'm saying. I'm recognizing that we can't fight America in a way to go take an anti-American position. No, I'm recognizing that. But that does not mean that we should not give ourselves some wiggle room in order to take a multipolar approach. When you take a unipolar approach, look what happened at the end of the Second World War, at the end of the Cold War. America and the Soviet Union were sworn enemies. Some of us took the side, stupidly, of the Soviets. Some of us took the side of the Americans. And when the Cold War ended, what happened? America and Russia became the closest allies. As David Rudder said, the eagle on the shoulder of the bear or the other way around. So just as America and Russia and China don't have permanent allies, they have permanent interests. We do not have the leverage like them, but we also should adopt, at least in principle, the principle that we have permanent interests, but not permanent allies. Yes, we have no choice. We're in the backyard of the Americans. They must squeeze the hell out of us. We have no choice. But that does not mean if we get the opportunity, we are not going to try to adopt a principle where our interest is important. And so we therefore look for allies who are going to maximize our interests. Right? And I'm saying that Guyana is a small country, but because of the oil that we have, we more than any other Caribbean country can look for wider interests, even as we are under the thumb of the Americans.
Caller, thank you for holding your life.
Good morning, Mr. Amsterdam. Good morning, Dr. Hines. Good morning, all Guyanese and us in diaspora. In 2020, when President Granger was pressured into a coup d'etat of sorts, regime change, I began to ask myself, why this happened? Since 2020, before anyone was talking about BRICS, and then it dawned upon me, I said, hold on a second. It seems to me, because persons were saying, America removed President Granger because he didn't want him to have a military base. And I said he could have a military base, America could have a military base in the Caribbean Sea. They have a military base in Colombia. So why did America and President Granger fall out?
in my thesis, Coffee Talking, and in my opinion, it dawned upon me that President Granger, at the same time, sent Carl Greenidge to the International Court of The Hague, and he filed the case. When he filed the case, it is my opinion that President Granger was the sweetheart of America with Obama. How did President Granger become enemies with the United States? It appears to me that President Granger said it's time for boss off this sweet man he called America. It seems to me that America was pretending to be Guyana's bodyguard against Venezuela. And President Granger realized that the only way to get rid of the United States is to go to The Hague. Win the case, because we have a winnable case. When we win the case, and I believe we will, well, guess what? There'll be no need for America to pretend to be our bodyguard any longer, because we'll have the Security Council and the United Nations sanctions to protect us against Venezuela. So there'll be no longer any need for this man that's bullying a Guyana, pretending to be her bodyguard. Hear me out, please. After we win that case, we will have a common interest with Venezuela. Venezuela cannot attack us unilaterally. So she will have to find a common interest with Guyana. And we will. We're talking common interests. So Venezuela will have the most oil in the region. Guyana will have the second most oil in the region. Trinidad will have the oil in the region. Suriname will have the oil in the region. And so is Colombia. And we can make our own South American equivalent of OPEC. Okay? Guyana can be the OPEC in this part of the hemisphere. And that's my purpose why the regime change happened. I think that's one of the reasons. The thing that they're not getting, it's not the military base. It's not a place to transmit information, because they can do that with satellites. I think President Granger made a strategic move to put Guyana in a position to control our oil. Oh, so they got Stabrook. After we win the case, we could control all our oil and get more than a 5%. But you see, so many of us are thinking through the prism, through the glasses of other people. Here, listen to us. Everybody talking about BRICS. BRICS is not our thing. OPEC is not our thing. Where is our thing? If we're thinking revolutionary, it is not a stretch to say that when we win this case, we can control the terms together with Venezuela. But I think for a long time, what prevented me from seeing Venezuela is because we're enemies. But we can become the best friends with Venezuela and have the best of interests. Venezuela, Trinidad, Suriname, and Colombia. And we control the Atlantic positioning. We could sell our oil to the entire Caribbean. Hear me good. We could have enough customers to buy oil for the next 40 years. Don't worry about these people talking about oil is going out of business. You know what it costs to overhaul the entire world with oil? Nobody in the Caribbean is going to overhaul the entire system with oil in the next 50 years. How are they going to bring fusion energy? So they're going to be using oil for the next 50 years. But I hear a lot of top political people and top scientists are pushing the narrative that we've got to hurry up and get away from oil because the whole world is shifting to some other energy. Really? You think that's how we overhaul our entire globe just that quickly? The snap of a finger? So we have a market to sell oil. That doesn't stop us from linking up with Africa on common interest. So I think President Granger has made a strategic move. Maybe he hasn't. But I want us to see another nexus. I want us to see that we have oil and we can negotiate bigger percentages. But the reason why I never put this out there is because I wanted President Granger to win the case in the court first. But since I see people running with this narrative with bricks, you need to realize that we have control. And pretty soon when we win this case, we will establish that control. Yes, Mr. Kadaki, you're saying something, sir? Is my time up?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Pull a fast one, them coffee, man.
It's 9 o'clock. Listen, it's 9 on the dot. I'm not going to take any other calls. Dr. Hines, let me play a few voice notes that I have, and then you wrap up.
Okay.
I can't do much longer because the fact is I have this get together for the youngsters at 1 o'clock. I'm treating them to movie and ice cream and the rest of it. Those of you who are tuned in, I'm inviting you again. Bring your children and grandchildren around. They just gotta be 12 and younger. Okay? We're going to have a good time. I promise you that. And like I said, I'm accepting gifts, so y'all could call me after the program and tell me who you're sending, where you're bringing, how I could collect the money and and stuff like that. Good. 50 for 50. How about giving me $50 million for my 50th birthday? That's a reasonable proposition. It could start the political campaign for 2025, right? So let's go to the voice notes. Uvex lose. I have a right to say how I feel and what I think. Y'all can take it how y'all want it. Voice note.
Morning, Kadaki. Morning, Dr. Hines. Kadaki and Dr. Hines. If y'all want PPP out of government, I want y'all to keep bricks out of your mouth. Keep bricks out of y'all mouth. Y'all not ready for bricks yet. Keep bricks away from y'all day-to-day talk, trying to educate people. America would not allow y'all to go into bricks. Seriously, they won't allow y'all. I said it the other day and I signed it again, bro. 10 years from now. 10 years from now. Yes, BRICS gonna be 50% of the GDP or what around the world or wherever. But those small countries, not the countries with the big army, America gonna target those small countries that want to join on to BRICS for regime change. Stay away from BRICS for now. Get into power and then probably then you could start talking about BRICS. America listening, America watching. You don't go against America foreign policy, because you're in trouble. Keep bricks out of your mouth, man.
I give it
Stop
that voice
talk
note.
about something else, man.
Let me
Thanks
see
for
also,
listening.
I noticed the Honorable Winston Jordan is on the live, and his comment is, Ghana is not likely to be accepted in BRICS. Not anytime soon, at least. Right? Maybe they haven't met the criteria. I don't know if it's army size and economy and so on. Well, it can be economy because we got the fastest growing economy. Right? But that's one of the observations of Winston Jordan. Ghana is not going to be accepted. Not likely to be accepted in BRICS. At least not at this time. I'm trying to play these voice notes so Dr. Hines will get the opportunity to respond and close the program.
Hi, good morning, Kadaki. Good morning, Dr. Hines. Dr. Hines, some 2 weeks ago, you said that the Americans were wrong to have invaded Grenada because they did not consult with the British since that Grenada was not an independent country at the time. Could you tell me what role, if any, did the Monroe Doctrine play in America making that decision? Could you say what role did the Monroe Doctrine play in granting these Caribbean islands independence? Next, we come to Ravidev's statement. Now, The thing that that is bothering me, I'm wondering if he's disingenuous, because our own Guyanese scholar, Professor Ivan van Sertima, wrote and lectured upon the high culture and civilization that was developed in India by the black man long before the Indians knew that they were Indians. And that was in Mahenjo-daro and Harappan. This discovery was only made sometime around the 18th century about the high culture that was in existence at the time. I think that Ravi Dev made that statement based on the strength of the Hindu nationalistic movement that existed in India at the time. India is fastly becoming a fascist state. The issue that I see here, based from Indian scholars, is that India is on the, if Modi continues along this line, this nationalistic line, India can very well be fragmented into many pieces, and they wouldn't like that. So the question that I have here at this time, what role would the Monroe Doctrine play in an advancing Hindu fascist state in Guyana?
All right. I'm sure this is going to take me way past the time I plan to be on this program, but you will respond.
Good morning, Mr. Kadaki, and happy birthday. May God continue to bless you with good health and strength so that you can continue to do your work.
Thank you very much. It's the only person voice note me for this birthday. Anyhow, Dr. Hines, your response and closing.
Well, the Monroe Doctrine is always operational. The Monroe Doctrine was updated to the Truman Doctrine that guided the Cold War, and then later upgraded to the Reagan Doctrine. And one could argue the Trump Doctrine, although Trump is, you can't always follow in a logical way what he's doing. But I think the Monroe Doctrine remains operational, and it is always going to determine what happens in the Caribbean and what happens. And the caller made a very important point there. It was the Americans through the Monroe Doctrine, like I said, coming closer. Well, you had the Wilson Doctrine, and then later on the Truman Doctrine, that pressured the British to give up its colonies in the Caribbean. It was the struggle of the Caribbean people, of course, that ultimately brought an end to colonialism. But America could not wait for the British to get out of its backyard. Remember, the Monroe Doctrine was aimed at the Europeans. The Americans were telling Europeans, this is our backyard, get the hell out of here as quickly as possible, right? And so the way in which they intervened in Grenada, without consulting Her Majesty the Queen, was really the Monroe Doctrine at work. The call is quite perceptive in that comment. A lot of our independence and the push towards was the pressure from the United States for the British to leave, for the Europeans to leave its backyard. They are allies. They were allies. America and the Europeans are allies. But when it comes to their backyard, they told their allies, get out of here. Right? And I suppose that principle is what I am trying to talk about here this morning. And I hear people and BRICS and so on. And I think a lot of the points, if not all of them, are very, very valid. All right? But I'm still saying that in international relations and foreign policy, you never close the door on yourself. You always keep options open, and I go back to the Burnham foreign policy. Many people would have told Burnham the same thing. Don't go and mess with the anti-apartheid movement. The Americans will never allow you to do that, because at that time the Americans were supporting the apartheid regime, and people would have told Burnham that the Americans will never, Burnham, don't do that. Don't go and establish relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union. The Americans will never allow you to do that. Just as we are saying here today. All right? My point is that you have to know what you're working with, and Burnham knew what he was working with. And so Burnham was able to get away with going and inserting himself in the African liberation struggle by inserting himself in the socialist world. And he got away with it. I'm saying Michael Manley did not get away with it. Michael Manley was just up the road from Miami. Michael Manley did not have a strong Communist Party to say to the Americans, if you get rid of me, you got to deal with this. Michael Manley had the Jamaican Labour Party headed by Siago to the right of him. Burnham didn't have any strong right-wing here. So I'm saying this thing that we should never, and the Americans would never, and so on. We have to look at our own history. People would have told Burnham the same thing. Eventually, time caught up with Burnham, right? And the Cold War came to an end. And Burnham didn't have, well, by then Burnham was dead. It was the PNC. Hoyt did not have the same cards to play because the Cold War was coming to an end. And Hoyt had to liberalize the economy and liberalize his foreign policy and so on and so forth. So I am warning against this. Never. Guyana will be challenged to take any anti-American foreign policy decision. It would be stupid to do that. All right? I grant that much. But I'm saying that does not prevent us from using our oil in order to chart a foreign policy. And by foreign policy, I'm talking about foreign economic policy that benefits our interests. I'm saying more than any other Caribbean country, we have a chance to at least get a 5% of our interests. That is wicked. We stand a better chance to do some trade-off with the Americans. Take 95, give me 5. So I'm saying it's not 100-0. Guyana can get 5. And when I talk about BRICS and OPEC, and saying that that's part of Guyana's bargaining. You threaten the Americans that I'm likely to look the other way, whether it's China or so. The Americans are going to try to dissuade you from going in that direction. You then ask, what do I get for it? So what I'm saying here is that oil gives us the ability to bargain. Will we get 100% of what we bargain? No, but we could get 5%. But if you take the position that America would never allow us, so we should never develop leverage, I think that's a misreading of our capacity as a petro state. As a petro state, located where we are located, just down the road from the powerful United States of America, we can develop some leverage. And again, BRICS and OPEC and all those kinds of things, we use the threat. If we're not doing that already, you use that in order to build leverage. And you're building leverage to get something for yourself. We can stay out of OPEC and, as I said, benefit from OPEC prices and so on. We don't have to go into OPEC. But if you threaten to go into OPEC, the Americans are going to tell you don't do that. You threaten to go into BRICS, the Americans are going to tell you don't do that. Then you say to the Americans, what? And the point I'm making is that the way in which America can push around a St. Kitts or a Barbados, they are not going to be able to push us around the same way if we play our cards right. I don't think the PPP has the capacity to understand that, but they get money and they can pay advisors to advise them, on how to deal with geopolitics. Never say never. That's all I'm saying. I agree with the callers who are warning against BRICS. I agree with them 95%. The 5% I'm saying, never say never. Understand our capacity with this amount of oil that we get here. The PPP is using it the wrong way. They're using it not to strengthen Guyana. They're using it to keep themselves in power, to strengthen the PPP. But I'm saying it can be used to strengthen Guyana. Give Guyana a little bit more leverage than its CARICOM partners. And it can benefit us in Guyana and benefit the wider Caribbean. But never say never.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. Thank you, viewers, for joining the program. I want to say to delete one before I leave. I don't come here in the mornings to try to be vindicated in anything. Sometimes it bothers me the way educated people behave.
If the brother says that he's vindicated, he's right. Except that he didn't listen to me carefully at the beginning.
Well, you are not listening to me either, so you and him perhaps in the same boat right now. Right? I come here so that we can exchange knowledge.
Yeah.
Right? We come to exchange knowledge. It's a worldwide debate on social media. It's not somebody, in my mind at least, I'm not trying to trump anybody with my brightness. I'm bright. I just tell you life from boxing background side. Y'all got to figure out the rest. But I know none of y'all ain't going to poke y'all finger in my eye. Right? Sometimes we have to be more open and we have to be kinder in our discourses. It's not about attacking each other and calling people vacuous and yesterday some terminology was used to the how Guyanese are behaving down here and then got a censor of foreign policy. No, you can make a point without being aggressive or disdainful. Right? So I encourage you, Delete One, welcome to the program. But just, sometimes we got tweak a little here and tweak a little.
I don't mind being called vacuous, I've been to school. And I done school long. So maybe I'm no longer equipped, because I done school. I've been to school, when you do your PhD, in those days when I did it, you had 3 majors at Howard, and my majors were comparative politics, international relations, and black politics. And I don't use international relations. I don't teach international relations, but I'm not speaking from a total position of ignorance. I was trained in international relations. Like I said, I left school long, so I may become a little dull, but so I don't mind the brother saying that I'm vacuous. It's a nice word.
But guys, have a good day. You can't keep me here. I have a birthday to celebrate. Especially with my children. Remember at 1 o'clock we're coming. Bring them, let's have a movie and ice cream banquet and so on. Right at Club Twilight. Sideline Dam, in case you don't know the direction. Sideline Dam, Buxton North. You'll see the Buxton sign. Make a left of the Buxton sign and come up to towards the burial ground there. You're going to see lots of activity, I'm sure, that will point you in the right direction. I'm leaving you with this one again, Barry Salmon, giving thanks.
steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I left the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me, stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, the friends I'm surrounded are but few, glad I'm not crowded. Just enough for me to concentrate. One by one, counting my blessings, getting close to goals that I'm setting. If I make mistakes, correct me, don't you hesitate. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. So I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Right now, I'm taking it easy. Check my steps, I'm not in a hurry. Soon I'll have the things that I needed so bad. Morning sun rising behind me, stars at nights come out to remind me to give thanks for all of the things that I have. All is well, I've got my health and in such good shape now. Pockets broken, I've got nothing waiting for that break. Now I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life I've got, I'm giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Well, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Ooh, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, giving thanks now. Yes, I'm giving thanks, all I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks now. Ooh, I'm giving thanks now. All I've got, I'm giving thanks. Whether or not I'm giving thanks for the life in me, I'm giving thanks.
How do I get through a day without you? If I had to live without you, what kind of life would that be? Oh, I need you in my heart, need you in my soul. You're my world, my heart, my soul. If you ever leave, you would take away everything good in my life. And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know. How do I breathe without you? Restricted zone. How do I ever survive? How do I live without you? There'd be no sun in my sky. There would be no love in my life. There'd be no world left for me and I.
Restricted
I don't know what I Restricted zone. And I'm standing on the front line.
They can't play no hits like this. Restricted zone.
I would say I spend it with you.
Live up, it's okay. Live up, it's alright.
If I wake up in World War III, yeah, I see destruction and poverty. Oh my.
Restricted zone.
And I feel like I wanna go. It's okay. You're coming with me.
Live up, it's okay. Live up, it's alright.
Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It will take an eternity to break us. It will take all the stars just to hold us. Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It will take an eternity to break us. It will take all the stars just to hold us.
Live up, it's okay.
Restricted zone.
Live up, it's alright. Live up, restricted zone.
If I lose my fame and fortune, there's no way that can change me. And I'm homeless on the street. And I'm sleeping in Grand Central Station. It's okay. You're sleeping with me.
Live up, it's okay. Live up, it's alright.
As the years they pass us by, years pass us by, we stay young to each other's eyes. Restricted zone. And no matter how we get, it's okay. As long as I got you, baby.
Live up, it's okay. Live up, it's alright.
Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It will take an eternity to break us. It will take all the stars just to hold us. Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It will take an eternity to break us. It will take all the stars just to hold us.
Some things were meant to be, so why not let it be? And stop worrying about it.
Restricted zone really makes me hot.
We know what's in our hearts. We know we're in our thoughts.
So what am I saying?
No reason for concern.
They can't play no hits like this.
They're gonna say a lot of things about us. Said you know that love is not a sin, but you worry what the people say when they see me with you. And wonder what the crowd will say when they find us together. It's wonder what the people say when they know we're in love. Worry what the crowd will say. Hey, hey, hey. You pass them on the street, yes, greet you with a smile. Hey, as broad as the Nile, boy, and they'll say all kinds of goody to you, yes. That lingers for a while. Oh, there in your mind, you wanna know, you understand, it seems that you can never ever make your mind about it. Well, but if you know that love is deep within you, why should you worry what the folks will say when they see me with you? Worry what the crowd will say when they find us together. Wonder what the people say when they know we're in love. Wonder what the people say. Hey, hey, ah, yeah. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. and she say, won't get us nowhere. Believe me, all I'm guilty of, girl, is loving you. For all the things they say and try to do to separate me and you, still I got enough love for you. Oh, yeah. Enough love for you. Oh, yeah. No lies, no games, no fronting of a kind. You always be mine. Thick or thin, come rain or shine, I love you for all time. Just be good to me. I'll be good to you. Just be good to me. No matter what they say, this your love not share. Can't come between. Investing my time and trust in you is all I wanna do. Believe me, girl. Won't be denied or rejected by cheap words or what you may have heard. Still I've got it plenty, and for you my empress, yeah, my love will never run empty. We've got the touch that means so much. Come on, let's nice it up. Just be good to me. I'll be good to you. Just be good to me. No matter what they say, this your love not share. Can't come between. One talent of I to take to the sky with you by my side. So it's written, so it must be done. Come on, let's have some fun. Man need woman and woman must have their mate. And you I can relate. Yeah, come on my love, let's get this right. Yeah. Just be good to me. I'll be good to you. Just be good to me. No matter what I say, this your love not share. Can't come between. Ooh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Ooh yeah,
We're only strangers in the night, getting to know each other. The mood was right, strolling under the moonlight, hoping that we could get out of sight. And while the entertainer's singing his song, I hold a feeling oh so strong. Never thought love would look me in the eyes. I lift my head, oh what a big surprise. But there are people all around who try to take her love from me. Now, they don't seem to realize this love was meant to be. Only your love can set me free. I think I won the prize. From the very first time I looked in your eyes, I knew love would last forever. It's a blessing to be with someone like you. Now the ladies realize I am no longer solo, got you by my side. And this new love I will treasure. I'll be faithful and true till the day I die. And when people criticize, we will hold on to love, just be our guide. And if I had to do it over, it would have to be you, girl. No one else could do, no. I can't let you go.
Restricted so
no. I can't let you walk out my life. No. Ooh, no, baby. Now they can't understand how could she be in love with someone like me. But they don't seem to realize that this love was meant to be. Only your love can set me free. We were just strangers in the night, getting to know each other. The mood was right, strolling under the moonlight, hoping that we could get out of sight. And while the entertainer's singing his song, I hold a feeling oh so strong. I never thought love would look me in the eyes. I lift my head, oh what a big surprise. I may have won the prize. From the very first time I looked in her eyes, I knew love would last forever. It's a blessing to be with someone like you. No, baby, can't let you go. Oh, no. I know just how to whisper, and I know just how to cry. I know just where to find the answers, and I know just how to lie. I know just how to fake it, and I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth, and then I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you, and I know just what to prove. I know when to pull you closer, and I know when to let you loose. And I know the night is fading, and I know the time gonna fly. And I never gonna tell you everything I gotta tell you, and I know I gotta give it a try. And I know the road to reach it, and I know the ways to fail. I know all the rules, and I know how to break, and then I only know the name of the game. But I don't know how to leave you, and I never let you go. And I don't know how you do.
The restrict is over.
But I'm not together. I'm not together. I'm not together. I'm not together. I'm not Every time I see you, all the rays of the sun are streaming through the waves in your hair. And every star in the sky are taking into your eyes like a spotlight. The beating of my heart is a drum, and it's lost, and it's looking for a rhythm like you. You can take the darkness from the feet of the night and turn it to a beacon that you can listen by. I gotta follow you, 'cause everything I know, but it's nothing till I give it to you. Oh, thinking about the younger years, there was only you and me. We were young and wild and free. Now nothing can take you away from me. We've been down that road before. That's over now. You keep me coming back for more. Yeah, yes, baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying there in my arms, I find it hard to believe we're in heaven. Love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. Isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Oh, and once in a life you will find someone who will turn your world around, pick you up when you're feeling down. And no, nothing can change what you mean to me. There's a lot that I could say, just hold me now.
Restricted zones
'Cause our
drives
love
me
will
crazy.
light the way. Yeah, yeah. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying there in my arms, I find it hard to believe we're in heaven. Oh, love is all I need, and I found it there in your heart. Isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Oh, no, no. I've been waiting for so Sensei sipping on some energy. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. Surrounded by fine ladies, dainty babies, rocking and jigging to songs of all ages. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. To all of my jiggers and my MCs, honey in the air if you love ladies. If you can't show you one, you want chichi. You're not in my category. Rolling my truck, buckle up. Girls pull me over, asking me what's up. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. So we rolled along to Wendy's, parked her ride. She and her friends then stepped inside. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. To all of my jiggers and my MCs, hanging on the air if you love ladies. If you can't show you one, you want chichi. You're not in my category. See, all of my jiggers and my MCs, hanging on the air if you love ladies. If you can't show you one, you want chichi. You're not in my category. Cause we know what no chichi man boy.
So what am I saying? They can't play no hits like this.
Chichi man, you can't stay on ya.
Restricted zone.
We know what no chichi man boy. And if you par with chichi man, you can't stay on ya. So we rolled along to North Beach and to South Beach and down in a Palm Beach where I and I man reach. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. So I rolled in the lot, flick down my screen, turn on my DVD, you know what I mean. Living up, living up. Living up, living up. To all of my jiggers and my MCs, honey in the air if you love ladies. If you can't show you one, you want chichi. You're not in my category. And we know one no chichi man boy. And if you're par with chichi man, you can't stay on ya. We don't want no chichi man boy. And if you're par with chichi man, you can't stay on ya.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside and I can't break through.
Restricted zone really makes me hot.
It's so sad that you're leaving. It takes time to believe it. But after all is said and done, you're gonna be my only one. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now.
Restricted zone.
What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you? Well, I can't do that. There's no turning back. I need time to move on. I need love to be strong. But I got time to think it through. Maybe I'm too good for you. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. And I know that I get driven
official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can.
Restricted zone.
The most wonderful thing happened to me today. Oh, I met this one woman.
Tell them.
Every time to me, she gave good vibes. Cut me right down to size. Soon she'll be sharing the comfort of under my sheet. But it's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. Humble is not the word. It's more one of a kind. Rarest in my time. And the treasure that the very few men find. You're the missing link. Put me right back in sync. Soon you'll be sharing the comfort of
Restricted
zone. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. When you're not in competition, what's gonna be yours is gonna be yours, yeah. Thanking you, Father, for sending me this woman after knocking on so many doors, yeah. Oh, now, heaven bless you, girl. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. The most beautiful thing happened to me today. I met this one woman. Every man's waiting a lifetime to meet. She gave good vibes. Cut me right down to size. Soon she'll be sharing the comfort of under my sheet. But it's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not official yet. Gonna let you know soon as I can. It's not. Gonna let you know.
One of these fine days, we're gonna meet again. There won't be no denomination. One of these days, we're gonna meet again with people from different nations. One of these fine days, we're gonna meet again. There won't be no denomination. One of these days, we're gonna meet again with people from different culture. I'm pressing on right now to the mark of the higher calling. There are obstacles in my way, but I won't worry cause the wicked has fallen. And the King of Kings is alive. I'm adhering to my master calling. Though I see tribulation and strife, forever his praises I'm singing. One of these fine days, we're gonna meet again. Mount Zion, the highest region. One of these days, we will meet again. Get ready for repatriation. One of these fine days, we will meet again in peace and harmony. One of these days, we will meet again. One aim, one destiny. My yoke might be hard, but Jah promised to lighten my burden. Only in Jah do I trust. He's the only solution to the system. And our freedom is a must, no matter how the heathen cuss and fuss. Peace and love and unity is the key to continued survival. One of these fine days, we will meet again in peace and harmony. One of these fine days, we will meet again. One aim, one destiny. One of these fine days, we will meet again. And there won't be no denomination. One of these days, we're gonna meet again with people from different nations. No, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. One of these days, yeah, yeah. You tell me you're in love with me. pretty eyes away from me. It's not that I don't wanna stay, but every time you come too close, I move away. I wanna believe in everything that you say, 'cause it sounds so good. But if you really want me, take it slow. There's things about me you just have to know. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes I'm scared of you. But all I really want is to hold you tight, treat you right, be with you day and night. 'Cause baby, all I need is time. La la la. I don't wanna be so shy. Every time I'm all alone, I wonder why. Hope that you will wait for me. You'll see that you're the only girl for me. I wanna believe in everything that you say, 'cause it sounds so good. But if you really want me, take it slow. There's things about me you just have to know. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes I'm scared of you. But all I really want is to hold you tight, treat you right, be with you day and night. Good Lord, baby, all I need is time. You say you love me and you care, but you never then near. You're always on the run. Now tell me this, why we can't spend no quality time? Kick back and just unwind. You always have something to do. That simple mean that love you're not true, 'cause only when you want to me hear you shout I love you. Tell me where all the passion gone, all of the warmth. Tell me where is all of the tenderness. And there is something else that's been bugging me for so long. Tell me this, tell me if love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. Madang, if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad. Me sing again, if love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. Madang, if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad. Me sing again, well, why if your nails fi do a me, bills fi pay a me, ear fi do a me, and you're making fun of me, and I'm the one with the J.O.B. So baby, why won't you give me some TLC? And there is rumors going around, say when I'm out of town, there is a man where I'm supposed to be. Too late to be begging on your knees, and me my keys, and they go off me shut sleeve. You can go do as you please, you can go talk to John, Peter or Steve, because if love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. But if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad. Me sing again. If love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. But if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad. Me sing again. No man no want to live a lonely life of that I'm sure. But me nah go second less when I know I deserve more. Every day from me vessel when me love you come and pour it out. You pour it out, and when me ready for some my years, you lock me out and change your route, and then you run your mouth. But you don't know what love is about, well, I am sick and I'm tired, and I'm sick. I don't want no more of this. Because if love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. But if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad. Me sing again. If love's so nice, tell me why it hurts so bad. But if love's so nice, tell me why I'm sad.
I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. Restricted zone. The world's greatest.
They can't bring no
little bit of cold. With my back against the ropes, I can feel it.
They can't play no hits like this. Restricted zone.
I am the mountain. I am the tall tree. Oh, I am the sweet wind sweeping the country. I am a river down in the valley. Oh, I am a vision. I can see clearly. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look him in the face and say, I'm that star up in the sky.